Good evening. There we go. Good evening. Good evening. It is I, Almantas, old man who loves old things, coming to you this November. I am here. I am here. I'm here. Please let me know how my mic sounds. I am looking at the instruments and it looks low. It looks low to me, but if it sounds fine to you guys, that's the real test. Extremely quiet. That's what I was afraid of. That's what I was afraid of. That is exactly what I was afraid of. Let me test some things. Because it looks much lower than it did just last night. Input is at 100. That should improve it. That should be better. That should be better. I don't know why Windows does that, but it does. That is part of the Windows special. You just kind of get the software you get. No promises. No promises. Works however they want it to work. And I'm going to limit it a little bit because it looks like it's going a little bit high. I have a Rode Podcaster at the moment. It is serviceable, I suppose. It will do for the moment. It will do for the moment while I do some research on potentially better options. Things that might suit me a little bit more. But it functions. So yes. I hope that everyone is having a survivable evening. I know that this is a tough night for a lot of us, and I would like it to be a relaxing environment. In which case, I'm going to just go over to the corner, and I will just get started because that makes me happy. So, I don't have any particular plans for tonight other than to keep it going for a while. That is literally all I have thought about so far. I knew I was going to do handcam, and I knew I wanted to do it for a while. Wanted to be on stream till, I don't know, 2 or 3 in the morning. That would be nice. So I have, as mentioned, I have suspended the clock. And so, for the moment, I am just going to get in some practice reps. And I may as well say, I guess I could talk about, my day has been short. I stayed up late last night. We did a double feature movie night of The Big Short and Sunshine, which there was no theming. There was nothing going there. We just, in particular, Sunshine made sense. Sunshine was coherent. I always forget to play around with this a little bit. Focus, turn off auto, turn to 45. That should look better. And I'm actually gonna play around with the lighting a little bit. Let me know if the lighting looks weird. It feels really, really cold to me at the moment. That's even colder. That's the warmer. So this is the warmer light. So let me know if this looks okay. Because I usually do on a relatively cool light, but kind of gives me a headache. Sunshine made sense because we played Outer Wilds. Thank you, Karatsun. Sunshine made sense because Sunshine is a much smaller scale, a much more subdued story than Outer Wilds, but on the same kind of theme, right? It's kind of the same general ideas as Outer Wilds, but on a much smaller scale. It's kind of a mess of a movie. I did not realize that it was. I actually did kind of know that. I did kind of know that, but like rewatching it, I was really struck. I was like, wow, this movie is all over the place. Some parts of it are very good. The cinematography is lovely. Some of the best and some of my favorite effects in a sci-fi film. Some of my favorite effects. I can think of movies that might be more strictly speaking competently done, but very rarely can I think of ones that are more potent. That are more potent in terms of and like more well envisioned, right? That's a big part to me. More, being deliberate and thoughtful are things that and striking, right? Those are all things I value quite a bit. Uh, those are all things I value quite a bit. And it does do those in spades. It does do those absolutely in spades. Sunshine might be the orangest movie I've ever seen. And it comes from back in that era when people were really obsessed with the orange and blue color palettes for movies. Which usually I think is just fine, if I'm honest. I don't really think too hard about it. Sunshine. Sunshine. It's a 2007 movie. Um, Danny Boyle is the director. Chris Evans and Cillian Murphy are the two probably most prominent characters in it. Michelle Yeoh is also in it. And of course she's Michelle Yeoh, so, hell yeah. Yeah, the Nuke the Sun movie. Yes, exactly. That's the one. The Nuke the Sun movie. Uh, the Nuke the Sun movie. I actually rather like it. I think writing wise, I can definitely point to weaknesses on it. There's a plot twist in it that's just like one of the dumbest plot twists that a movie's ever had. It's so goofy. Yeah, it's I think it's good overall. I am overall a fan of it. Uh, and it made sense to watch after playing Outer Wilds. That was the main reason why we watched it. Was like I had finished Outer Wilds last night on stream, and then I was like, hey, let's watch a movie that's kind of about the same thing. Uh, And then I kind of just wanted to keep things going, so we watched The Big Short for... I don't know, there's no real thematic connection there. And then we watched some Dropout. Because that's kind of my default. I like Dropout a lot. I think they're very good over there on dropout.tv. But yeah, I think it's mostly pretty good. But again, a little bit hard to follow up after Outer Wilds. Because Outer Wilds is just like as good as it gets, right? And here we go. But yeah, it's a lot to think about, right? This question that Outer Wilds in particular is about, but also, frankly, a lot of fiction is about. And I think Sunshine is about this as well, is this question of, what are our responsibilities to the future? What are our responsibilities to the future? Which is tough. Which is tough. In no small part because both Sunshine and Outer Wilds engage with it at the cosmic scale. As people like to point out, at the cosmic scale, in the long run, to use famous liberal philosopher John Maynard Keynes' quote here, in the long run, we're all dead. In the long run, we're all dead. So, what are we supposed to do about that? How are we supposed to conceptualize... Keynes was not talking about legacy, right, at the time. Keynes was talking about economics. Keynes was talking about this economic concept of the long run, right? This economic concept of the long run. And in the long run, we are all dead. Economists often invoke the long run as, in the long run, there will eventually be price stability. In the long run, there will eventually be full employment, etc., etc. And he points out that in the long run, we're all dead, right? So we do need to care about the short term, was really his point. From an economics perspective, that was what he was trying to raise. But I am misappropriating it. I am malappropriating his work. If in the long run we're all dead, and not just us, right? Not just us, but our children and our children's children. We do not currently believe that there's going to be an infinite cycle of rebirth, or even of birth. Very few of us do, I should say. Most people who I think are listening to this are probably believers in modern cosmology, where the universe is expanding at an accelerating rate. The universe is expanding at an accelerating rate and cooling, and those pesky laws of thermodynamics mean that eventually everything's going to stop. Eventually. And knowing that, what do we do? What extent does it even change what we do? Oh, hello, Kodo. Hello, Kodo. Let me make sure that fired correctly. That did fire correctly. I am nice and tall. Thank you for the tall. Thank you for the tall. Big ol' gulp. 5 dozen liquor. Jugs. Oh, spelled liquor wrong. That doesn't matter. I was already O's in this one. This is about practicing the alphabet. And my letter forms. I'll probably end up repeating this a lot tonight, but the calligraphy I did of AM's speech from I Have No Mouth, I handed it over to Reddit for critique. And I got back pretty good critique, to be honest. Not all of it was useful, but I had to get some pretty useful notes about the verticality of my lines and making sure that I hit the guidelines reliably, which is kind of where my mind is right now. I'll probably be talking about this repeatedly, but it's a big part of where my mind is right now is like noticing that like this K is off vertical, this M doesn't quite is the rightmost stroke on this M is a little bit short. That's kind of a lot of where my brain is at. It's kind of where I'm really focusing energy. Yeah, the movie, it's not super complicated. It just has a really goofy second act. Or I guess third act. I don't know what you'd call the structure of that one. I know what a third act structure is when I'm writing, but when I'm analyzing somebody else's work, I'm like, I'm really guessing. Uh, uh, I'm really guessing on some of them. But on that one, the one of the bigger twist elements to it is just like it's just very goofy. I don't know if I'd say bad, but it does kind of lead to the movie having like a really abrupt tone shift in the latter half. And as you can see today, I'm really focusing on my Gothic for right now. I'm focusing very heavily on my Gothic. Yeah, I went too low there. That one's a little bit off vertical. Reminds me of a strategy game from the early aughts. I'm curious what that one would be. I'm curious when that one would be. Because like the early aught strategy games that I think about are Command and Conquer Generals, which like there's an artifact, right? There's a freaking time bound artifact. Rise of Nations and Alpha Centauri. Earth got yoinked from orbit when it's just flying randomly through space. I mean, that would kill us pretty fast. That would kill us pretty fast, just because of the loss of heat and energy. these D's, I like these D's a lot, but they are tricky. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't know what game that would be, because it's definitely not Homeworld. Some of humanity trying to escape to Mars to survive? Huh. Huh. And of course, there's the thing that comes up every time you have to think about Mars like that, right? Um whenever you uh whenever you think about those kinds of Mars is very difficult. Uh Mars is not a kind place to try to live. Uh, uh, I've played that was one of those things because like I like Surviving Mars, and I've played a I've read Red Mars, I've played Surviving Mars, and even those really kind of understate just how brutal um how brutal and it's going to be on there. The lack of magnetosphere is awful. The gravity is much lower than people tend to think it is on Mars. Yeah, Mars is not going to be the kindest place to live, and it's interesting that we keep on settling on that as being the solution to X, Y, and Z problem. And I'm actually kind of curious how much Mars adds compared to just being in space. Because the total lack of a magnetosphere is like one of the really big ones. Uh, Oh, but yeah, it's an interesting thing to me a little bit because humans are simultaneously very tough and very vulnerable. That was a very bad D right there. Earth 2150, and the plot of the first game specifically that we warred with each other so hard we flung Earth out of orbit and into the sun. I mean, into the sun's not gonna freeze. You're just gonna die. Um, it's kind of that's something that's yeah, humans are this kind of like odd mix of resilient and fragile, right? Uh, we can survive quite a lot of things and come back from them, and then there's certain things that, uh, we're obviously very, very vulnerable to. As I think it was, oh my goodness, I can remember books that he wrote. Sirens of Titan, Slaughterhouse 5. What else did he write? Vonnegut. Vonnegut. Vonnegut put it, I think it was in Breakfast of Champions. Um, the humans are kind of like a bunch of little bags of water that overlap with each other, and if any of those different bags of water sort of intermingle with each other, the whole system falls apart and you die. So like that's an intense form of vulnerability, right? Uh, that's an intense form of vulnerability. And I was acutely aware of this level of vulnerability at a few points in my life, and one of the ones I always think was kind of funny was, I used to ride the subway multiple times a day, every day, uh, and there are a couple of subway stations that are just really dangerous. Not because of any of the people there, other than myself, but because they have really dangerous stairways. They just have really dangerous stairways. And the Broadway Junction in particular, a very high traffic subway station in Queens, uh, has an extremely dangerous staircase that you can one slip, which is fairly easy to do because they're metal stairs, and you could die, like very easily. But at the same time, I've seen humans survive being poisoned quite badly. I've seen humans survive really dangerous falls. It's pretty remarkable. And kind of scary. But yeah, there's something that's like that is like a concept that we think about all the time, right? That's the thing that we think about all the time. This question of to do we need to, like, what would we do if we made our own Earth uninhabitable? And it's something that we've been thinking about for a long time. It's been the central form of environmentalist sci-fi for decades at this point. I reference Anakavan's Ice all the time, and it's definitely not the it's definitely not the oldest uh book in that genre, but it is my favorite in that genre, so I reference it very often. It's very good. Uh May as well write this down. You can see I made 2 mistakes on that C alone. There we go, that's nicer. Oop. And speaking of resilience and squishiness, Anakavan is actually a really kind of interesting example of this principle at work. Anakavan, an author who, again, I think is one of the best. I think that Anakavan is one of the best authors that the English language has ever had. And Kavan made it to, I think she made it to 68. I think she made it to 68, which is in general not that old, and given her class status is not in general that old. But given her lifestyle is crazy old. Because she was a heroin addict in the 30s. She spent like most of the first half of the 20th century in and out of insane asylums when those were not nice places to be, that did not have a good record of expanding people's lifespan. And she, talked about it in at least one interview that I read, that she was like, I genuinely do not get it. Like, it is a cosmic injustice that I am still alive after all of the stuff I have done. Like, not because she thinks that she was an evil person, though she might have felt like she was, but because she felt like all of the health advice, all of the things that you know about living a long life, she didn't do. She treated her body extremely poorly. But she lived quite long and produced quite a lot of very, very good books. Ice is her most famous. It's not my favorite, but I do like it. I do like it quite a bit. Ice by Anakavan, and stretch my neck. My favorite one by her is I Am Lazarus. Which is a fictionalization of her time as a psychiatric nurse during World War II. That's what she did during World War II, was she worked in psych wards. Because I guess they figured that if somebody's been in a psych ward, that makes them especially qualified to work a psych ward. Which, I'm not gonna lie, there's worse principles. Yeah. Keith Richards is Keith Richards' continued survival is perhaps a greater sign of divine intervention than any other element of pop culture. The man, I think some people might say that he simply has a certain unique providence. The divine simply has special favor for Keith Richards. Hello, Javi. Hello, Javi. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I am doing calligraphy to keep myself comfortable and distracted for the next, I don't know, 6 hours or so. We were just kind of talking about apocalypse fiction, which is a very comfy topic there, apocalypse fiction, because yesterday I was playing Outer Wilds. Oh, I do recommend that. I will say, I am personally not the most pleased with my camera choice. I think I chose a. I feel like, I mean, you're the ones who are watching this, so you have a different perspective on this. I feel like this camera is too low fidelity for my purposes. I want a higher fidelity camera. It works okay for it works better for models. Hello Nightshade. I did a couple. I always do I always do a couple as warm-ups. So at this moment, I will take other pangrams if you've got some, but these are the ones I like the most. These two. Pack my box with 5 dozen liquor jugs, and amazingly few discotheques provide jukeboxes. I mean, Javi, if you've got a really good, like, 4K camera or something, I'm interested. I'm interested. I feel like this one, admittedly, I'm looking at it on my screen on the preview, and so I'm not seeing it in the context that you people are seeing. Yeah, I've got this is a Logitech. That's a C920, which is it's fine. It's supposedly 1080p. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it actually is. I don't know if it actually is, and I actually don't know if my technical setup can actually handle the input. Yeah, it's entirely possible because it's a very common camera. It's generally considered good enough for most purposes. But I compare screenshots I take using my webcam to screenshots I take using my phone camera, which is notionally worse. And the phone one comes through radically stronger. Now, let's think. I really just kind of want to keep my hands moving. And I don't even have like a particular. Again, I don't have a particularly good phone camera. I've got a pretty bad phone. I'm just gonna go on to the next page for this one because I think this is going to be funny. I'm just going to do total violation of readability and white space for this. But I don't know. I had a Google Pixel years ago, and I was not impressed with it, to be honest. Let's get out my seconds. Let's get out my seconds. Where are you? Okay, this one hasn't been warmed up, so it might not write as smoothly, but there it goes. There we go. Hello, JJ. Hello, JJ. Welcome in, welcome in. I'm gonna have to look up the lyrics to this, like, after the first, like, line or two. Let me take a look at the camera orientation. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. That's not good. There we go. That's better. Save that a little bit. Okay, by coincidence, this wound up being pretty close to the end of the line. But I think I want to not give myself the precedent of actually obeying there mix a lot lyrics. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. It's... Hello, Vex. Hello, Vex. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you for the tank. Thank you for big tank. I am... I don't know. Thank you, I suppose, Hobby. This... I am at the stage of developing my calligraphy where I am acutely aware of... Well, I spelled other wrong. I am acutely aware of my own shortcomings as a calligrapher. I don't know. I think that happens with everybody in a part of their artistic journey where they find it very difficult to look at their work and view it as beautiful or even as completed works. They view it as its components. They see the components, and what they see of those components is the ways in which those components deviate from a hypothetical perfect vision, right? I think this is just a part of doing art. That, you know, you'll talk to somebody who's doing a portrait and they'll be like, "Oh man, I messed up the nose." Um, yes, good of you, Javi. Good to. I spelled can't wrong, but that's okay. It's not in a way that really matters. No, it's not. It is. I wrote the H first, and then I was like, well, I need to get the T in here anyway. That was just that is just a pure mistake. Uh, but because this is not even on presentation paper, let alone being something that I'm treating as a serious thing to present to other people, I am doing this for practice. I am doing this for fun. I am just going to keep going. So yes, Javi, thank you very much for the kind compliment, I suppose. But I would say that, you know, this is something that I've spent years working on, right? This is something I've spent years working on, and it means that I also haven't worked on other things. Uh, right? Like I can't draw. I can't sing. Uh, but I mean, we live in linear time, right? We just live in linear time. Even if we had no need for sleep, you know, the extra 8 hours a day, or depending on how much lack of sleep impacts you, because it impacts me fairly significantly. That's pretty funny, Hoom, too. That's pretty funny. That's pretty good. I could do that. Would be kind of funny to do as a shit post. There we go. Yeah. I mean, that also tells me that there's certain games that you didn't play. You were not much of an EverQuest. The EverQuest is not as buried in your brain as some others. Yeah. Why doesn't it zoom out? Nice and slow. When did this song even come out? Legitimately, this was like 2003? Is that it? Legitimately cannot remember if this is a, like... late 90s song or an early 2000s song? Time just kind of recedes backwards at certain points. And it just becomes easy for it all to kind of blur together, you know? Really? 92? Wow. I was trying to remember if it was late 90s or early thousands. Wow, early 90s. Jeez, I really missed it. When I think about early 90s, I think of, like, Green Day, you know? Admittedly, I think of early 90s as Green Day. I think Green Day is an early 90s band, and most people I know seem to think American Idiot is the Green Day album. I think it's very much Dookie. I think it's like Dookie and Kerplunk, and then they kind of just disappear in my mind. So what do I know? To learn that Dookie wasn't their first album? I forget what their first album was. I'm not that big of a Green Day head. Oh, Satine, thank you for the follow. Thank you very much for the follow. I'm glad to have you here. Oh yeah, no. I thought they were washed up by the time they got to American Idiot, and I don't think my opinion's changed. I think they kind of stopped mattering by 1996 or so. I hope you are having a lovely time. Locking in a little bit here until I finish this word. Oh, I'm sorry, Satine. I mean, lurking is extremely acceptable. There are people who flat out fall asleep to my streams, and I am comfortable with that. I am comfortable with that. That is fine. Do not worry about it. I hope that you get over tummy hurts. I will not. I will hope that you simply that you know your own tummy. And that you know whether or not, you're the type of person for whom it's ginger tea. For me, it's carbonated soda is like the main one. When I have an upset stomach, carbonated sodas are usually the most reliable. But that's just me. Just rest pain meds and fluids. Ooh, yeah. Oh, that'll do. That'll do. That'll do. Yeah. For me, I like diet root beer. I used to like Coca-Cola, but the older I get, the more caffeine averse I get. Excellent, 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 18. Again, do not worry. I don't expect anything in particular from people who are here. If you just want to listen to my voice while you take a rest, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's very good, as far as I'm concerned. Um, and hello, Matthew. Sorry, I didn't catch you. Hello, Matthew. Welcome in. Uh, Never quite sure to do with capital Y's in this script, which is a bit silly because they come up pretty frequently. Hello, Discane. Hello, Discane. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely time. Discane. Am I pronouncing your name right? That's how I think it's pronounced. Discane. Is a fellow friend of Vex's. The mutual Vex's are a mutual connection. He was in Vex's big Halloween collab. I think you were before me by a few hours. I can't remember. I can't remember who came in what order. I know Grim was after me, and I just remember that because I remember him being in the waiting room. Oop. Yeah, there we go. No, this is correct. This is correct. Just emphasizing again why we don't use Gothic for daily communications. Okay. You say Deus Cain. Deus Cain. Deus Cain. Deus Cain. So many options. So many options. So many options. I have found it kind of interesting that how many people add an additional A to my name. Like, if it was one or two people, I would tease them about it, but it's pretty constant. Almantas. A lot of people say that, including my friggin' Oshi. Calico says it. Calico. Calico is my Oshi. I love Cali. Mine calls you. Yours calls you Duquesne. See, I thought it might have been that too. It might have been a like silent S situation. like a bit of a French pronunciation. Duquesne. Like Duquesne spelled that way seems like a Midwestern town, doesn't it? Oh yeah, I know George Chungus. Yeah, I know George Chungus. Uh, oh yeah, Russian cursive is brutal. Russian cursive is extremely brutal. Uh, it's definitely a top tier tough one to read. Uh, 7 degrees of separation of VTube. It's surprising living inside of it now to realize that it's actually a pretty small world. Uh, like it's definitely still big enough that like almost every week I learn about a VTuber who's like really big and like really successful and that everybody thinks I'm supposed to know and I've never heard of before. Like that still happens to me all the time. Uh, but also like there's a lot of I am not actually that far away from in terms of like social connections and like knowledge from some people that I think are like mega celebrity type, which is not true, right? Right, like there's very few Paul McCartneys left in the world. Uh, 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 I mean, honestly, any corpo other than Corone or Gura or Melody I had never heard of before I started streaming. Like literally all of them. I like Ali Crazy. Um, I hadn't actually watched. I had never watched a single moment of Vesper until I'd been VTubing for almost a year. Uh, and then even like smaller ones. Like let me take a look at my follows. I guess I should take a look at my follows. I'll have to take a second here. Uh, oh, Low Lotus. Yeah, Low Lotus. I only learned about like a couple weeks ago. Uh, hello, Ratmost. Hello, Ratmost. Hello, hello, hello. Also, oh, pretty funny that we were literally just talking about 3 a.m. just a minute ago before you got in here. I talk frequently about how I feel like Jets has pulled off the most amazing emote strategy of all of us. That said, it may not be the most amazing. It may not be as like the whole strategy might not be as good, but I think that Meat Spin might be the single best emote. At least like combination of emote name, like use of an emote name I've ever seen. Yeah, the little jetpack is so cute. It's so freaking cute and so instantly recognizable, and they're so applicable. It's like the perfect level of being like something that you can use in like any context. Um, yeah, meat spin. That's so funny. That's so funny. I cannot believe she pulled that off. Uh, uh, like what a heroic move by Meat. Like what a heroic move by Meat. Um, Vex does have very good emotes. You do have good emotes. Or do you not recognize the reference? The Meat Spin reference. There we go. This is where I'm at. That. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Meat Spin is a old internet shock image. It's an animated GIF. It's an animated GIF of a naked man uh gyrating his hips so that his penis goes like this, and it's looped. So it's looped effectively, right? It's an infinite loop. And so yes, an old internet shock image. And so the fact that Meat managed to what Meat did with her emote's incredible. Um, and thank you, Humter. Thank you, Humter. Have a good day. That's pretty good, Duquesne. Now I'm gonna say it, Duquesne. I'm sorry, Descane. That's pretty good, Descane. I have a favorite among mine. You know, I have a favorite among mine. I do have a favorite child. It is dead. Yeah, it is. The original Meat Spin was dehosted at some point, but people have kept it around. Uh, that one's my favorite. That one's my favorite. No, now I messed up. That's an actual mistake. That's a mistake that I actually mind. That's a mistake that I actually mind. I got distracted by my appreciation for my own tanks. I should probably put a pinned comment here. Pin that. I may as well actually turn on the subathon rules. Just leave the timer off. Because the timer's, I'm just not counting down the timer, because I don't want to be stressed about the timer while I'm trying to do a extremely not anti-stress stream. Right? Like, that's kind of my logic. That's where my head is at. That's where my head is at. That's a little bit not vertical enough. There we go. And there we go. Here I'm making a little bit of a concession to modern sensibilities by including the J as a separate letter. But obviously, I mean, I'm writing in English and not in Latin. That's obviously just like literally not a language this was really meant to bear. But I do still think it's very funny to continue to refuse to use the dotted I's out of historical accuracy. The tittle? Yeah, yeah, it's kind of tricky. It's kind of tricky, right? Like, because these apostrophes, these apostrophes are not really well attested to. Because I don't even think they really work like that in Latin. I don't think there's like contractions in Latin. Uh, I don't speak Latin, so I'd have to. It does really limit me as a paleographer. That my other languages have nothing to do, just are not writable in any of these scripts. Uh, there we go. Yeah. I do think the script looks better when you kind of crowd it. I really do. I just like authentically think it looks nicer when it's kind of crushed. Though it is pretty crushed right there. It is pretty crushed right there, but I think that's fine. I'm not too bothered. Now we're getting to the part where the lyrics get weird. I did get a comment that my O's are kind of narrow. There we go. I do like the capitals quite a bit. There we go. There we go. I have enough space for an and in here. I think I do. It'll be pretty crushed, but like I said, I think that's good. I think that's generally to the benefit of the art. It's gonna be very compressed. Actually, not as bad as I was worried. The D's have been giving me trouble. Oh, it's supposed to be a capital A. Oh well. I'm still reeling from learning this is from '92, because like this this song, I've heard people uphold this song as a sign of the end of heroin chic and the phasing in of a beauty standard that has more full body types. You know, more extreme hip to waist ratios and stuff like that. And 92 is like not anywhere near the end of that. Like if it was like 2003, that would make sense. But like, or even like I mean, honestly, it makes more sense for like 2008. Like, even like 2003 is kind of early. But for 92, that's that's like well over a decade before that victory lap occurred at all. Before that change was really happening. But like that debate was possibly one of my earliest. That was one of my like defining exposures with pseudoscience, because like I've been exposed to pseudosciences all throughout my life, to various types of pseudoscience, all throughout my life. But that was the, I don't know, that's the one that I really remember being. I guess maybe it was just kind of novel to me because of social scientific pseudoscience. I should probably clarify what I'm talking about. There is a social science pseudoscientific belief that preferences among straight men for specific hip to waist ratios are culturally universal and therefore biologically determined, rather than culturally determined, right? Like, so first of all, there's a bit of a misnomer in there where there's a bit of a fallacy in there where the part of the argument where you demonstrate that something being culturally universal is evidence of it being biologically determined is not sufficient. That's not enough. Things have to be more than culturally universal to be biologically determined. If something's truly culturally universal, that is something to be on notice about as having potential biologically explanatory factors, but it isn't enough. It isn't enough. But the big problem for that theory was it's not culturally universal. It's like a huge fucking problem for that theory is that, and so culturally non-universal that you don't even have to go to separate countries. You just have to, if you look at almost any country where we have a reasonable longitudinal database of feminine idealized art, you like any society where we have like a good longitude of it, which is not as many as you might think, because people often assume we do have good longitude for ancient Greece, and we don't. We actually do not. People overestimate our source base for the ancient world a lot. like a lot. Uh, um, it's actually kind of hard to overstate how much people overestimate the size of that source space. But for societies where we do have a decent enough source base of idealized feminine body types, notably big ones are going to be like China from the Tang Dynasty onwards, medieval Europe, various given European societies. Uh, that's a pretty gremlin-y headspace. Culturally interstellar. I mean, go ahead, go ahead. I'm talking about sociology of sex, um, because I find it interesting. Uh, um, you are perfectly allowed to engage, Duquesne. Weapons free. Weapons free on that one. There is only one thing we're not talking about tonight. There might be some other things we're not talking about, but that's just because I don't like them in general. But I don't require staying on topic at all. I've got horrible ADHD. What are you talking? Don't worry about it. But yes. So in the case of like idealized hip to waist ratios, like I saw a change in my lifespan. Like I saw a difference between preferred hip to waist ratios when I was a teenager versus when I was a young adult. So the idea that, and like the thing is, like, that's happened. That's not like the first time that's happened. That's not even the first time that that's happened. I remember looking at Chinese sources from the Tang. I'm sorry, from the Song Dynasty. It was a series of Song Dynasty discourses and portraitures of women, where you can see a difference between over 20 years of different hip to waist ratios being more and less preferable. Like we can see, it happens on this scale of like sons versus fathers. It's not even like that's how fast it happens. Uh, so the idea that it would be like like you need like a 10,000 year slow explanation feels absurd to me. You want an explanation that takes tens of thousands of years, that needs smoothness over tens of thousands of years, and cultural universality, and it can't even maintain universality for 30 years. Whenever it's examined in any close detail. It's bad science at that point. You're just doing bad science, and in order to produce the data sets that produce those, it was actually not like a representative sample of different cultural artifacts. It was cultural artifacts that the researcher liked. Right? It was, you know, and then they just hoped that people wouldn't notice that it was the author's preferences. That the author had just elided entirely the part where the author's preferences somehow become universal preferences, and they're hoping that nobody would notice, and people didn't. Uh, yeah, it's like I say, I tend to be very skeptical of almost any biological explanation for human behaviors. I tend to start from a place of very high skepticism. I think that you need a really high bar. And oh, that M turned out really good. Oh my goodness, I did a bunch of crappy letters in a row, and then I really knocked one out of the park here. Oh, that's really good. Uh, oh, that's really really good. Um, let me write that down. Yeah. That's, I mean, that's like a horror. That is stuff that research like reminds me of an essay I read that stressed people don't look for the truth; they look for answers that align with their biases. Yeah. I mean, I think that's often true. Maintaining a scientifically critical mind is really difficult. It's not something that people tend to do very naturally. But because we value it, right? Because we value it because the fruits of that um, are, medicine and dentistry and space flight and video games. We value it very heavily, and so we assume that people who don't properly exercise it are bad, and therefore we must exercise it, right? Like we have to be exercising it because we can't be the bad people, and only the bad people fail to do this thing. It's really hard. It's really, really hard. Uh, but yeah, hey, it's. I would also point out that like we tend to often have kind of bad understandings of biology, as you point out, right? As you point out, uh, that even basic nutrition, we are often there's a lot of disagreements. We have a lot of disagreements about even basic nutrition, a thing that we've been worried about for literally 50,000 years, I would say, at a minimum. I'll just put 50,000 years as like an early conservative estimate for how long we've been worried about nutrition. And depending on your notion of worry, it could be much longer. You gotta remember, this is time for a red one. Oop. Back into the cap you go. Cat nerd. And this is kind of funny to see just in the lyrics, right? Because I'm just looking at the lyric sheet, and there's no specific call out for the next couple of words. But I know that the next couple of words are a sample, are an audio sample. They're not Sir Mix-a-Lot speaking. And so they really stand out, right? They really kind of launch off of the song and really kind of have this own kind of like life above and beyond just their own words. I have to listen to it again because my hearing isn't very good, but I think these are sampled from Full Metal Jacket, right? They could just be an imitation, though. They could just be a deliberate reference. Oops. Wrong location there. Big curve here. This would actually be the funniest single line to have. The one that I'm about to write might be the single funniest line to have in this script. There we go. That's that. I think this might be actually the funniest single line on here. Oh, rumpo, smooth skin. Very, very, like, chant-like there. I do need to use the restroom. I'm going to get up and stretch, because this is going to be... I am planning on going for a while. I am planning on going for a while. So, give me a moment. Enjoy the fan art, and I'll be back. Apologies, chat. I'm back. This was funny. This was funny, but I think I'm going to do something different next. I'm gonna do something different next. I don't know. I think I'm gonna do a lot of things differently, right? You know, it's always. I kind of want to do all the planets in different hands, but I don't actually think I can pull off 8 different hands at the moment. So the inner 4, Mercury, swiftest of the 3, gets italic. Of the 4, Mercury gets italic. Also, hello, welcome, and Zamiel. I don't know. I'm gonna do the planets, but that's gonna be relatively quick. Venus gets Bastard because I like it. I don't know. I've got an affection for Venus. I've got an affection for Bastard. Let me think. What scripts can I actually do? I'm actually just gonna think about this for a second. I can do Italic Bastard, Foundational for Earth, Rustica for Mars. That just feels appropriate. Gothic for Jupiter. And then I've got like Insular, and I might be out at that point. Insular. I need 3 more. I need 2 more. I've got Insular. I could try Rotunda. Rotunda's a nightmare though. I cannot emphasize enough how much of a nightmare I consider Rotunda to be. It is such a difficult script. Rotunda and Humanist I could do. And then how do I do foundational? I don't think I've ever really thought very hard about how to do capital E's in foundational, but I suppose that works. Ma. Rustica, you're a cool script. Mars. I don't know what. I don't know what I'm doing. And Jupiter's the obvious case for Gothic. And let's think of this. What would Saturn be? Saturn's got the hexagon, so Rotunda does feel like the right one for the. Saturn's got that friggin' hexagon. I haven't done Rotunda in a long time, so there's a certain amount of guesswork here. Certain amount of guesswork from me here. And how does this work? How does this work? Right. Down and then a long hook. Long flat hook. Cable looking thing. That. The differences are subtle. It's very easy, if you're not paying attention, to create a rotunda that looks distressingly similar to your own Gothic. You need to smooth it out at certain specific points in the writing. And what for Neptune? I guess insular. Insular for Neptune. Which creates a little bit of a problem where insular doesn't really have its own capitals structure. So I'm doing like a lazy fool's Lombardic for the N. And there we go. Finally got a wedge serif in. I was gonna go crazy. Gonna go crazy if I couldn't get my wedge serifs in. And what should I do for Uranus? What would be the script for Uranus? I guess let's see if I can remember my Carolinian. Carolinian's a very readable script, so it does have that going for it. Actually older than Gothic, which sometimes surprises people. I mean, so is Insular, right? So is Insular. I think this one also does. Yeah, this one also does wedge serifs. Wedge serifs. And then like that. I don't know why I decided to do this, but I did. But I did. But I did. Let's. I don't feel like doing Alpha Centauri quotes. I do like doing Alpha Centauri quotes pretty frequently on here, but let's go. I'm just gonna go. I'm going to. Oh. I'm just gonna do some Undertale quotes, right? Because Undertale is wonderful, right? Undertale is wonderful, and Toby Fox has been in the news. There we go. I don't know if he's here right now, but if my mod Space is here, I hope you know that I now hear Burger Pants' lines in your voice. Or burger pants. Small s. Small s. Small s. Of course, the best quote in Undertale. This line has been interesting to me for years, right? Because I know a lot of people, and I see different responses to it. From different people. Different people seem to have different responses. I think most people find it inspiring. I find it kind of horrifying. I think a lot of people like the call to resilience of this line. But as a person who likes to transform himself, who likes to... I don't see this as a sign of resilience or even resistance so much as a sign of failure. You know, that's your efforts at change, at transformation, at becoming have failed. I found it haunting. Let me take a look around here. There we go. That's another good one. This might be the right way to do tittles. Might be the right way to do apostrophe. I'm going off vertical here a little bit. Going off vertical here a little bit. I gotta focus down on those a little bit better. That was a little bit off vertical right there. I always joke that like the part of the evidence I have that Undertale is really special is that now I primarily associate Comic Sans and Papyrus, the fonts, with this game and with the characters. Even more so than I do with any other utility of them. Like the primary valence of them is the way that they're used in this game. Uh, I think maybe I need to be more free with moving the paper. This new S shape I've been working with, though, has been killer. This has been a really good S shape. Bad T. Bad T would be good in any other script. But in this one, very bad. And this one's a terrible, terrible T. The little lines here because I don't want to waste the rest of all this white space. Oh no. Ooh, very good Y right there. Very good Y right there. Almost like these make me feel like I'd actually kind of be a kind of bad medieval scribe. Because, like, I definitely have moments where I'm, like, really on point. And then I have moments where I kind of, like, zone out and I'm, like, sloppy and all over the place. Like, this T up here. This T up there is going to bother me. Like that. Cross. There we go. That's true. I mean, Duquesne, that is absolutely true. That I do this for, a couple hours a week, right? I do this for, like, 10, 15, 20 hours a week, somewhere in that range. Whereas a more dedicated, if I was really much more dedicated, even by modern standards, it would probably be more like 6 to 8 hours a day, every day. It would be more on the order of 40 to 80 hours a week. Would be a more normal. Oh yeah, no, dude. Yeah, no, I know that's a lot. I know that's a lot. I mean, I think this is your first day here, Deus Kane, but for most of my life, I've worked like 3 jobs. And calligrapher is not my job at all. Calligraphy is something that I do as part of streaming. Streaming is something I consider to be a job, but my calligraphy is just something I do because I think it's fun. But when I was a professor, I was putting in 80 to 100 hours a week, pretty much every week. Which, side note, that isn't actually efficient. And I mentioned 80 hours because, like, I do know. I am able to see what professional calligraphers do and what 21st century professional calligraphers work like. And they work really, really long hours, and I tend to think that they're kind of monomaniacal. I think they're kind of monomaniacal. I mean, it did, dude. It did, Daisuke. It did. That's why I'm former professor. that's why I'm not current Professor Almantas. That's why I'm former Professor Almantas. Is that it just wears you down. It just wears you down, and it was particularly bad for me. It's something that I worry a little bit about with VTubing, is that I was very much. I'm gonna move my camera and recalibrate it. I'm not happy with how it's operating right now. Let's get it down to a lower angle and recalibrate it. There we go. Actually, there we go. That should be a little better. I can't really tell. That should be a little bit better. But it should cause my mouth tracking to break a little bit less when I lean forward when I'm writing. I'm not liking any of these M's. But yeah, I kind of lost any sensibility, any coherence for when I was not working. And once you start doing that, probably the best one, but I don't like it very much. Something like that, I guess. Once you start getting into that kind of mindset, like it really saps your creativity in particular, and that was what really killed me. Hmm. Not sure about this golf again. Alright, let's try some A's. I just kind of want to work on some of my specific letter forms, because there's a couple of these letter forms I'm not satisfied with. Yeah, I missed the mark there. I missed the mark there. Good verticality, though. Good verticality. Yeah, it's frustrating, right? You know, that I have this habit, right? I should say. I don't know if it's frustrating in general. It's a problem that I have as a person, a defect of my own personality. That my reaction to not getting enough stuff done is to pour in more hours. Is to pour in more hours. It's just more and more hours. And I come from a workaholics family. I come from a family of workaholics. Uh, I did not realize how much of an outlier I was on this front until I was in graduate school. And when I was in graduate school, is when it really kind of hit me. I remember specific conversation where I was in graduate school, right? I'm taking these graduate courses in anthropology and history and sociology. And I remember I was in the library before class. Like we had a class that was in the library because that's the sort of thing that starts to happen when you're in graduate school. And I was in another part of the library, and I'm sitting there and I'm reading. And one of my classmates, and this was a classmate who I had frequently. This was somebody who was in a lot of classes with me. I think this particular classmate was in maybe 2/3 or 3/4 of my classes with me. Like, we had very overlapping schedules. We had very, very overlapping schedules. I don't think our research was... I don't know. I guess from certain angles it was very, very similar. It didn't feel that similar to us at the time. We felt like we were doing very different stuff. But I guess, like, in retrospect, we had, like, certain common interests that, like, caused us to overlap very heavily. So me and this person, I'm sitting there. It's before class. I'm there 20 minutes early or something like that. Well, actually, I've probably been there for like an hour or two early. But I'm just there. I've got my reading out for another one of the classes that we're in. I put it away. We start talking. And at some point, I say, "Yeah, I feel like I'm a pretty lazy student." Right? That's what I said. I remember I'm like, I feel like I'm pretty lazy. And she just kind of stares at me like and blinks a few times, and then says, "You're the only one who has done every single optional reading." And it didn't occur to me until that moment that people were skipping the optional readings with any regularity. Like I understand that they're not I understood they were not critical, and that if you had to make a choice, they were lower priority, and you paid less attention to them. But it just didn't occur to me not to do them, because like I was in graduate school, and I got some very generous stipends and scholarships to go to graduate school, and it didn't seem reasonable to me not to try to take full advantage of that. And that was the first time since I was 14 that I didn't have a paying job, that I was working. Like, that my only job was being a graduate student. That was the first time in my life, since I was 14, that I was doing that. The entire rest of my life, I had always had, like throughout high school, I was usually working. I worked weekends all through high school. Through college, I worked weekends and odd jobs. And then after that, I've pretty much always had 2 or 3 jobs at a time. And my dad has been retired for years, and he still works like 20 hours a week. And then we've had quite a few family members like never retire into their 90s. And that's just kind of what I grew up with as normal in my household, was like, and it's not just one side of my family. It's not just one side of my family. My dad's side, that's like everybody, but my mom's side has quite a few people who are just like insanely hard workers. I have an aunt who worked 16 hours a day, 6 days a week for like 16 years. It was insane. I lived with her. Like, I saw her doing it. Like, I saw her doing it. It was not like a, that was not like an odd exaggeration. That was a, like, Jesus. What are you doing? What are you doing here? And I will say that in my case, a particular way that this manifests is that once I get habitual about something, once something that I'm doing starts to become habitual to me, I start to just like round it down. I start to just behave as if I don't do it. And then like I forget to like account for it in my time budget. I'm like, oh yeah, I need to. You know, I was a very regular runner for a while. I've been getting back into it. I love running. I really do like running quite a bit, and streaming makes me enjoy running even more. Uh, and so that's something that I kind of fell off on because when I have time problems, uh, that's an easy one to cut. Right, like that's an easy one to deprioritize because that's purely for me. That's purely for me. I don't have any external obligations that cause me to need to run. It's just me. I am the only person who needs to give a crap about it. And so that makes it pretty easy for me to let it fall by the wayside. But like I remember running like 50 kilometers a week and not really thinking that I was doing anything. When I was running 70 kilometers a week, I was paying attention to that because that's like a lot. But when I was running like 40, 50 kilometers a week, I just like was like, oh, you know, this is just what this is as normal as brushing and flossing my teeth. Uh, I don't know why my phone feels the need to tell me about every little calendar update, even when nothing happens. My phone likes to just be like, hello, we are your phone. Did you know that you have a Google account? This is an important message to know that you have a phone. Here, good example of the problems with Gothic. I love doing these kind of words. I actually really like it. I actually really like words like this. You know, in case anybody hasn't seen it here, I will do the shitpostest single word for calligraphers. There we go. There we go. This word's a nightmare to read. Minimum. I love it. Okay, let's think about this. All right. Okay, hold on. Let me give myself a little bit of stretching. I need to figure out what I'm gonna do for the next page. I want to do something for the next page, but I haven't figured out what I want to do. Something that's more coherent. Song lyrics tend to be a good one. To do to like occupy myself for a page. But you know what? I think I've got one picked out, but I am going to go on. I'm gonna go on the fan gallery for a second here. Yeah, I need to use the bathroom again. I apologize. I'll be right back. All right. I've got two songs in mind. I might just do them on alternating pages. This one I think is pretty good for this. And I think I might do it in a different script than what I was doing before. Might do it in Bastard. I like Bastard a lot. Bastard's a much more kind font. There we go. So this is Digital Love by Daft Punk. So let's see. I really like the D's in Bastard. And so apparently they're doing a really should be making this a little bit taller. I'm going low because I've been doing Gothic repeatedly, and the caps on these should be above the guideline. There we go. There we go. In the stream. Oh, it got derailed a million times. So this is Digital Love by Daft Punk, which this is from, they did an opera of this. There's a rock opera based on the album this is from, called Interstellar 5555. And they're doing a quote-unquote re-release of it, I think this week. It looks awful. It looks awful. It's awful. And the original is beautiful. The original is beautiful. I've definitely got some complaints about it, but I do like Daft Punk a lot. But yeah, they're doing, it's just like an AI upscale. It's just like an AI upscaling. It's like, why did you? Ugh, this looks awful. And of course, Daft Punk, the band, is dead. So like, what are they gonna do about it, right? But I would, in general, say it's not my. I don't know. I think it's my favorite Daft Punk album. The album in question is Discovery. So the album is Discovery. This song is Digital Love, and the movie about it is Interstellar 5555. Just to keep those terms clear. And of course, the band is Daft Punk. It's a beautifully animated film. It's a rock opera, right? There's nothing in it that there's no dialogue that occurs that isn't in the songs. And even then, like, the songs don't really have any dialogue, right? The songs are pretty abstract. This is probably the closest thing there is, and it's pure monologue. And next word. And yeah, it's just like, oh, buddy, like this movie's been out for a decade. Probably no. I'm serious. I probably will. I probably will. Um, I am absolutely. I was planning on doing that. Not tonight, obviously. When I am done here, I will probably just take a shower. Uh, and read a book. But I don't know, maybe tomorrow? Maybe Friday? Uh, but yeah, that one's actually a pretty likely one, because, again, I really like Daft Punk. Uh, Probably my favorite pop band of all time. Competing with Queen is tough, you know. Two different S's going on here. I think this is more. This is a pretty untraditional one. This is probably close to traditional. I haven't done either of the traditional ones. Uh, you like these V's? Love this W. Love this W. Definitely missing my marks a lot. Because again, I haven't done this. I haven't been doing this script as much. This is absolutely my favorite script. Uh, in no small part for the W, and in no small part for this F. How do I do it? I want to do this T. I guess I'll do it more Gothic style. Oh yeah. Continuing my methodology of just doing this as a big run-on sentence. I just really like this is I say bastard, but batard is probably the more appropriate term. It's a French Gothic variation from the early modern era. Uh, um, and I don't know, I just really like it. It's just there's something about the curvature of it, right? The flowing curves, these kind of like flame shapes, these watery, flamey shapes that really appeal to me. Uh, that just really make me happy at a really fundamental level. Um, there we go. This balance. I think I'll try to do a more traditional S for this next one. I've waited. That's a more traditional S. A little bit illegible, I think. To modernize. And now this capital D I really like. Similar to the Gothic one, except now that. There we go, excellent. I'll do the traditional one again, why not? Why not? Why not? All right, Vex, enjoy your food. Enjoy your food. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for stopping by. This is one of my favorite little things to do. Get a nice little double letter ligature in there. And I'm gonna mix it up with the S's. I like that one. I like that one. Hold on a second. Got something in my eye. Oh. There we go. Subtly different from what I do with Gothic A, but I think in a good way. I have no idea what I'm doing there. That was... What am I doing? What am I doing? That's getting out of hand here. Getting out of hand here. Alright. There we go. Oh. Breaking my own tracking. Breaking my own tracking. There we go. And... as we jam, the rhythm stronger. Excellent. Yeah, my balance is a little bit off on this script because again, I haven't been using it as much lately. I've been much more reliant on my Gothic. I've been leaning on it very heavily of late. I should put the we in red. That's what I meant to do, and then I just got in the sauce. This we should have been in red. All right. There's nothing. All right, all right. Love these W's. Oh, excellent you. Excellent you. I'm getting back into my stride already. The two littles is on purpose. Just a little fun. That is part of the lyrics. All right, excellent. This is where I should have done. Heck yeah. All right, excellent. Yeah. To some extent, I'm still not kind of over Daft Punk breaking up. Feels kind of insane. You know, they were back in the 90s when they were hitting the scene. You know, it's just so transformative, right? You know, and when Homework came out, almost feels like there's like a hard to think of an album that feels like it was more. I don't think it's their best. I think Discovery is probably the better album, but Homework feels like it really did change things really radically. Felt like it was a really different world when they released that, as opposed to before. I feel like the only other album that I can name that had that kind of like incredible effect on people was probably The Fame by Gaga. Everything else feels so small to me. I guess like we could go back older, right? We could obviously go back like quite a bit older, like Abbey Road or Revolver or Pet Sounds or something like that. I mean, this is a conversation I end up having with some older people all the time. That like the there's just not been like a moment since I don't know, since Jackson died maybe, where there's been music that like truly everybody was listening to. I've talked about this a few times. That like an incident I watched on the news where they asked the Nets, like the players of the Nets, The Nets, not the Nets, the net, not the Mets, the net. What's their favorite Taylor Swift song? And most of them couldn't name one. On average, they could not name the average player, the average basketball player for this pro basketball team could not name a Taylor Swift song. And it was like overwhelming. It was like 2 players on the entire team could name a Taylor Swift song, and that's including one guy who named her song by somebody else, who named like a Madonna song. Like this isn't like a boomer thing. These are young guys, right? These are young guys. These are kids. These are, if anything, people who are too young for Taylor Swift. But it's more kind of a sign that like there's just like kind of not that like monocultural element to pop music anymore. I do like these P's. This is my first lowercase p on this song. Yeah, it is. It is. It is. Wow, that's surprising. Surprising. It's not like a weird. There we go. Excellent. Okay, so thinking about this, if I did a video of this, because one of those things I did a while ago that I turned out really well. I don't know if it mattered, but it turned out nicely. Was I did a time lapse calligraphy of come out ye black and tans, and this might be a fun one to do. This is supposed to be in red. So if I did this, this is a short song in terms of lyrics, because it's, I mean, it's a Daft Punk song, right? It's like a 2-minute long song. And it's really just got the one verse. It technically has a chorus, but who cares? I don't think they repeat the chorus. There's only 2 more lines past this. So it would be 2 pages. It would be 2 pages. I'd probably want to... do some layouts before. I want to do a couple of test layouts before. This is definitely the right script to use. Like, Italic is maybe more intimate, and obviously I could learn Copperplate, but I've literally not learned Copperplate in 20 years. 15, 20 years, however long I've been doing this. So that's a non-starter as far as I'm concerned, especially if I want to do it like anytime soon. I don't know, maybe that's what I'll do. Okay, hold on. Crack some knuckles. There we go. There we go. Beautiful. 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 Just take a look at this thing here quickly. Okay. All good? That's all good. I think I'm just gonna work with the red ink for a moment. Just gonna do something entirely in the red ink. Because it's very stereotypical. It's very stereotypical. We're going to do one of the classic metal songs, right? The classic metal songs. I'm also gonna do some. There we go. All right. Stretch out my back a little bit. We're going to do Holy Diver. Holy Diver. I just want to clean out the red on this one because the red's not super cooperative. It's a little bit sticky. I guess I'm now getting spoiled by the sailor. The sailor's now spoiling me. Hell yeah. Excellent. Ah, good D. Finally did a good Gothic D today. Man. Mm. How am I doing on the writing? Oh, I got plenty left. Jeez. That's a lot. That's a ton. That's a ton. So much. Ronnie James Dio is one of those. I would call him a pop star that I really look up to. I think a lot of people would bristle at. I think a lot of people would bristle at calling him a pop star when he's one of like the big metal guys for all of human history. And excellent. I love New York, where the weather changes so much I can never figure out if I need a sweater or not, but currently not. Currently not. Oh, what's becoming of me? There we go. Theo is just to an extent an inspirational figure to me. Just such a kind man. In a world that had a lot of like real dipshits. Right? Like, you know, watch Decline and Fall of Western Civilization Part 2, and it's like, oh snap, there's a good movie night. All the Decline and Falls. Capital R is one of my nemesis. Okay, that was a bad E right there. That was a bad E. To be more attentive. All right. It's weirdly quiet tonight. It's making me nervous, to be honest. I'm trying to be comfy and cozy and easy going right now, but normally New York is pretty loud. Normally it's pretty loud outside. Normally I'm kind of hoping that you guys are just not getting too much noise from the background. Hello, Panda Twirl. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Welcome in. How are you doing today? I am okay. I am okay. It is a lovely Tuesday night. I am working on my calligraphy. I'm working on my calligraphy. I'm just doing calligraphy of some songs. Just because I can. Just because I can. Uh but I was mostly expecting tonight be a pretty quiet one, and it is so far. Uh it is so far. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm just kind of burning through the red on this pen because I want to burn through it. I kind of think the black that I've got in my other pen looks better. Let me pop back. This one I think was turning out better. This was Daft Punk's Digital Love. And I'm doing Dio's Holy Diver. I think I will use. I think I will do Digital Love as a larger project. I'll probably need to do a couple of practice runs. That was a dry run, and that was using Batard, which I don't use as often as I used to. Yes, yes, okay, yes. Yes, these are. I'm currently using the Palette Parallel 2.4s. I like the parallels. I like the parallels. Well, now you've gotten me self-conscious about the fact that now I know that you know some things, and so that makes me self-conscious about the fact that I've been getting sloppy on this page. Because I posted some work I did the other day to Reddit, and the only real feedback I got, the only critical feedback I got, was that my verticals aren't doing that. I'm being sloppy on my verticals. Like, this vertical is terrible right here, right? This is a terrible vertical. My verticals aren't quite vertical enough, and I'm kind of missing the guidelines a little bit. And it does seem that if I switch between scripts, it definitely makes me worse at it, right? Especially because the minimum height for Gothic is different than from Petard. So that makes it a little bit easier for me to make that mistake, to make the mistake of getting off of. But yeah, I mean, it's something I've been talking about all night that I'll go through brief bursts of being very on the ball on hitting the guidelines, and then I will get really sloppy. Usually I am more on the attentive side. Usually I'm doing better rather than worse. But I am periodically drifting into a bit of a trance. That causes me to miss my marks. I mean, these are only 2.4. These are only 2.4. I can... I've got the 6 inked up. One of the 6 is inked up. The other 6 is 6. Oh, where's the other 6? I've grabbed the same 6 5 times in a row now. Yeah, I definitely get a little bit hypnotized by it, which is funny because I have learned that I'm actually... Some people have tried to hypnotize me. It turns out I'm gonna sound like such a fucking chuny when I say this, but I've got such a poor sense of rhythm that it turns out that I don't even like normal hypnosis techniques that are like kind of used for medical stuff don't really work very well on me. Not like particular resistance. I just have really bad rhythm. I'm just so musically disinclined. So let me think about this one. So this is the problem with writing with the 6. The problem with writing with the 6 is that every little thing is huge. So you can make anytime you make a littlest thing that gets you off. You can see it instantaneously. Yep, every little thing is magnified. Every little thing is magnified. It's one of those things that I kind of tell people when they ask me about it is, like, practice with big. Well, it's useful to practice with big and with colored inks, both, because they make your mistakes easier for yourself to see. Usually the suggested starter one is 3.8, which is... This one's not inked up, and the cart is currently drying. But the 3.8 is usually a recommended practice one. And I don't know. I just kind of find the 2.4s to be a really nice compromise. Because for fairly standard paper, the 2.4, the minimum height for most scripts is the line height. Which is just really not that bad to work with, to be honest. It's just easy to keep track of mentally. And it means that you don't burn through paper at a truly ridiculous pace. If you're writing on 6mm all the time, you burn through paper so fast. You burn through paper so freaking fast on the 6mm because you can write like 3-4 words across the line, and you can write like 5 lines. So it's like this would have taken up the whole page, right? This would have taken up the entire page. This right here would have taken up everything. It would have been dreadful. Agitate that a little bit. But yes. I shouldn't have done that because it did occur to me that it might have been a moment to show off my... Well, let me get to show off that I do some Japanese calligraphy as well. My Japanese is quite a bit worse than my English, unsurprisingly. Doto dekimasu. Doto dekimasu. だけど、下手だよ。下手になってしまいました。However, I don't speak any. I can't read Latin or German or classical German or Old French. So it does impede my abilities as a paleographer. Like I had a person I'm friends with. This is like a friend uh who does know high German but doesn't really do paleography or calligraphy. And they gave me like some samples of the stuff that they're working with as historical records. And I was like, okay, I can read that in the sense I know what all these letter forms are, but I have no idea what any of it says. Right? And like that does kind of impede your ability to be confident in your readings. It slows you down considerably. So I couldn't transcribe it even, right? I couldn't even transcribe it if I wanted to. Be like, I don't know enough of the German to know when I am looking at an M versus an N. You know, uh, there's a real impediment there. But yeah, I just like calligraphy. I just like calligraphy. I picked it up when I was a graduate student. I should say I picked up English language calligraphy when I was a graduate student. I picked up Japanese calligraphy when I was younger. Uh, I picked up Japanese calligraphy when I was studying Japanese as a youth. And you know, when you take foreign languages as a rule, I mean, at least my experience with taking foreign languages was that they never just want to teach you the language. They want to teach you the culture, right? They want to teach you the culture, and one of the when you say Japanese, if you take a Japanese course, they will at some point want you to study and learn some traditional arts, right? And different people will gravitate towards different traditional arts. Obviously, a lot of young men gravitate towards the martial arts, and a lot of the people didn't really take to the traditional arts when I was studying Japanese. Not everybody like. Most people like kind of thought it was kind of fun to like make some washi or something like that. Like they did it once or twice, and then they kind of like got back to worrying about modern pop culture and stuff like that. And then and so that tends to kind of, but there's always a couple of people who take to it. And I took to Japanese calligraphy quite strongly. I took to Japanese calligraphy quite strongly, and I am very much a text guy. In life, I am not a drawer. I am not a drawer. I know a lot of people here who are artists, and will paint these beautiful drawings. It's like, geez, I don't even know how you get started on that. Like I know that like you start to a certain extent with you draw a lot of lines, right? Like you draw a lot of lines and you work on your line work. But the way that artists see the world is very difficult for me to even understand. You know, it's that ability that artists have to decompose what they see in 3 dimensions with their eyes, and decompose that into a series of 2-dimensional lines and curves. That is an incredible skill to me, and I really do not have it. And maybe if I practice enough. Maybe if I practiced enough, I could do it, but I'm very far from that. And it's, you know, it's not really a priority to me. The main reason why it would be valuable to me is that it would mean I could change a lot more of my VTubing art much more readily than I do. Right? I could change my overlay much more readily. I could change my I could make model assets for my live 2D that I could wear. I could do all those kinds of things. But I don't, so I have to pay outside artists, and so that's expensive, right? And so I don't do it very often because, well, that's, you know, not the life I'm about. And so I can definitely see the utility of it. But I'm so far away from it. And when I think about the skills that I need to develop that I consider higher priority, unfortunately, learning how to do visual art is not super high. Working better on my improv skills, video editing, social media, those things are unfortunately, for better or worse, a higher priority. I don't know, it's life, right? Right, like, we all have to make choices about what we do with our time. We all have to make choices about what we consider important. And what we're passionate about, right? What we're passionate about, what we love. What we love. Hello, Schemy. Hello, Schemy. How are you doing tonight? How are you doing tonight? Let me give you the little shout out. Let me give you the little shout out. Were you playing the canon game last time? I'm just curious. So at Tsukimi. Oh, you're playing Half-Life. You were playing Half-Life. Oh yeah, you were getting head crabs. You're getting heads crabs. Getting heads crabs. It was Half-Life OG, right? You weren't just mislabeling Half-Life 2 as Half-Life 1 for fun. But yes, people should check out Schemy. She is very cute, very funny. The setup that you do, Schemy, for when you're using your control stick is so freaking cool. It's such a cool setup. It is such a cool setup. I am simultaneously kind of jealous and afraid of it. it's super cool. It's a, I would say like a 3-layer media. Yeah, it's very hands-on. It's very hands-on. She's got it set up so that um I can't even do it because the camera angles like don't exist for me to do this at all. She's got it set up so that you can like it's face on to her. Like it's the camera is face on to her, and you can see her hands with the control stick, right? You can see her hands with the control stick, but instead of it being from above, it's head on. But also then goes into her model cleanly. Goes cleanly into her model above. It's very cool. It's very, very cool. I don't know how you pull it off. I should be taking notes from you. Yeah. Also, Schemy does a lot of handcam. That's why I know Schemy. Yeah, I figured there's lots of green scheme. Lots of green screen. Yeah, green screen. Yeah. I figured there's a lot of green screening. I had the mental image for a while that you had a green screen like in front of your face. Panda Troll, thank you for the follow. I had the mental image that you had a green screen in front of your like between the camera and your face, and then I was like, wait a second, hold on. I was like, hold on a second. There's a problem here. There's a problem with covering your face with green screen. Unless that is somehow what you're doing. But yeah, the brief mental image of completely covering your face with green screen so that you can't see anything, just a wall between your face and your monitor. It was just really funny to me. I was like, wait a second, there's a problem here. I mean, maybe. I don't think that's what Schemy is doing. I suspect that what Schemy is doing. I don't know if you're. I don't know. I'm speculating. I don't know if this is uncomfortable or something. Okay, that's what I figured. That's what I figured. Actually, I figured that you either cut the camera or you see. I'm a very mechanical person, right? I'm a very mechanical person, so I'd put like a green. I'd have a little green layer, like a green piece of cardboard attached to the top of the camera that cut off my head, right? That's what I would do. Is I would use a physical green screen on the camera end and rely on the fact that angles be like that. And oh my goodness, yeah, it would be really tough for me. It would be really tough for me. It's I am a nightmare for tracking. I am an absolute face tracking nightmare. I I have such bad discipline about keeping my face anywhere near the camera or my face even near my microphone. Uh, and honestly, if I could get away with it, I'd be walking during stream a lot. I had a really bad idea for a stream. That I'm not in good enough physical shape to do. Of a marathon-a-thon where I run based on donations up to a marathon, and I'm loved up and I've got a dispatcher. And I absolutely used the wrong letter there. Absolutely messed up there. Who's actually running this? Having a dispatcher who actually runs the stream. I'd like running a lot. I like running. It's I didn't run today, but I usually run about 5 kilometers a day, and I'm trying to get that up. There was a period of my life, and like not long ago, there was a period of my life like 3 years ago, where I was running 10, where I was running like 10, 15 kilometers a day. Um, I averaged 70 something kilometers a week for a while. Uh, the knees are a trouble. The knees are like the knees and the time management. I'm bad enough at time management that's actually a problem. uh, my time management is actually so bad that it creates problems for my running. Uh, and if I wasn't doing this, I probably would have run already today. But I woke up and like other than getting done like fundamental stuff I just need to like get done to live today, I've pretty much just been streaming or setting up today's stream. But yeah, I actually really like running. Yeah, the time management, the time management. If I want to run a 5K, which is not long, right? A 5K is like a pretty casual run for a long distance runner. That's like minimum half hour of that's like a half hour of actual running time. But you know, like getting dressed and showering afterwards eats up more time. So it's like half an hour to an hour. It's like 45 minutes to an hour of unbroken time that I can't do anything else during. Like that's the real problem, right? Like I'm such like a slovenly multitasker. Um, Swimming is a problem for me. Swimming's gonna be a problem for me. I'm gonna have a lot of trouble with swimming. So I'm not too. I used to swim a lot, but those days are kind of over. I don't think I've actually swam very much at all in the last like 5-10 years. And dancing, I just don't like doing. I just flat out don't like doing it. It's just pure preference on my end. I like running. I like running because my brain shuts down. That's what I like about running, is that I can't think. Which doesn't always work out, and I do not like it when I can still think while I'm running. But if I'm running at a good pace, Harry Pandas World, it was a pleasure meeting you. It was a pleasure meeting you. I hope to see you again soon. And if you'd like to join the Discord, it should be linked below. It should be linked below in my about page. Or you can type in exclamation point Discord. We mostly share art there. It's a sweet little Discord. Yeah, no boogie down for me, Schemy. I have hideously bad sense of rhythm. I do not find it fun. I do not find dancing or singing fun. I find them very, very stressful. I find them very, very stressful. Whereas I do, like I said, I like running. And yeah, finding a place to swim in New York is a pain. And kind of the defining thing for me in life, kind of the thing that has like defined my life for the last 5 years or so, is COVID, right? And it's just it's not really possible to swim in a COVID cautious manner, like unless you have your own swimming pool. Usually I listen. I have a couple of go-to albums. I have a couple of go-to albums. Lost Together, Lost Forever by Architects. I listen to that one pretty frequently. The Hunter by Mastodon is a pretty common go-to. Dark Waters by Wilderness, which I love. One of my favorite albums of all time. Adore it. I've got a bunch of Perturbator that I like to listen to while running. Honestly, most Perturbator's pretty good running music. Terror 404 is not as good. Terror 404 actually kind of makes me sleepy. But most of the other Perturbator albums are good running music. Yeah, so I usually listen to music. I mean, silence is a problem because again, I live in New York. Like, it's never silent. It's never silent. The closest thing you get to silent is like you're listening to music that causes you to not hear other people's music. That's the closest thing you get to real silence around here. Uh, mhm, mhm. But yeah, for some reason, Schemy, I've got the impression. I feel like you said on stream once that you live in Japan. Am I remembering that correctly, or did you not say that? Uh, Tokyo, Tokyo. I have not been in Tokyo for a very long time. For a very, very long time. I do not have a sense of how loud it is. I do have a mental concept of it being obscenely hot. But this is partially driven by the fact that I live in New York, which is way far north of Tokyo, right? Like that's one of those things that people often forget is that Tokyo's about the same latitude as Savannah. Uh, so there are no cities larger than New York north of New York. Uh, very cool map. There's a very cool map of like what is the largest city at this latitude or higher, and New York is one of them. Shockingly quiet for a big city. Oh my! I when I was in Tokyo, it was August. It was awful. It was so disgusting. It was so bad. I was melting. I was melting, and I don't think it will surprise people too much looking at this to know that not as much that since I got older, but when I was young, I was a shorts and winter guy. Uh, yeah, yeah. Uh, yeah, yeah, sounds atrocious. Yeah, I think when I was there, like the low was like 32 Celsius or something, which is oh my goodness. That is that is absolutely beyond my tolerances. Absolutely beyond my tolerances. Let's pull down. Uh, I would not. I struggle enough. Again, I struggle with like New York weather. I think New York is too damn hot. By far, my biggest complaint about living here. I've managed to manage pretty much every other problem of living in New York. You know, the noise, the crowding, the navigation, the money, but not the heat. The heat continues to be a real problem for me. I joke about moving to Svalbard. Oh, we're in a warm fall now. I think Blue also lives in New York. The yeah, we had over the weekend, the on Friday it was like in my bedroom. I don't know what the reported temps were, but I've got a thermometer in my bedroom, so I checked it. In my bedroom, it was 87 degrees at night, and then by the end of the weekend, it felt like 50 degrees inside my bedroom. It was ridiculous. It was so grotesque. Got shiny diamonds. Oh yeah, we're yeah. Well, think about it. That means that there's like a literally 1 in 1 million chance that me and Blue will just like randomly run into each other. I'm actually constantly surprised by how few VTubers I can think of from New York City. It does seem to be quite rare. And I don't really have like an explanation for it. It's very surprising to me. It's very surprising to me, and interesting. There you go. Like I've met a couple, and there's a lot of California. Yeah, it's like it's so much California. There is a VTuber I know who lives in California now, but this is somebody who I'm fairly close friends with. But she used to live like within 100 feet of me. Like we did not meet until we were VTubing. We did not meet in real life, but there's like a pretty good chance that we rode on the same train pretty frequently. Like that we were we've been within like 10 feet of each other several times because we had the same train commute. Which was pretty funny to like learn. Like she was like talking about where she used to live, and I'm like, wait a second, I know that area. I used to live like right there. And yeah, I tend to think that like the big reason why there's not very many New York VTubers or streamers in general is that if you want to do performing arts around here, you just you just can join an improv troupe, right? You can just join like Upright Citizens Brigade or something like that. Yeah, so many Californians, and it's kind of interesting, right? Because like one of the things that I've like mentioned, like, oh yeah, I feel like it's like not very many New York VTubers. Like I can name Bodega, like me and Bodega are like the New York City VTubers I know. Welcome back, Vex. Welcome back, Vex. I am working on Holy Diver. Because I like Holy Diver a lot. And I want to get through this red ink. I kind of want to de-ink this pen. I want to get something else in here. Yeah, there's a lot of opportunities to go into acting around here. And but I've heard the explanation that like it's too expensive, right? Like why would you live in well, I mean, so that's where I was going, Blue. That's where I was kind of going. You kind of anticipated me, but I don't find this argument super convincing Because as expensive and crowded as New York City is, we are positively we are Montana-esque compared to the Bay Area. And I know like VTuber houses in the Bay Area. I know like 20 VTubers who live in like San Francisco or cities that are more expensive than San Francisco. So like not convincing to me. Like that one doesn't add up to me. But I do. There's definitely like a balance. There's definitely like a force, right? That like, you know, if I were to make a career oriented, oh, California's more expensive. California's more expensive. The There's actually quite a few cities in America that have eclipsed New York City on expense. San Francisco has had us beat for years. Houston, oddly, Houston's been more expensive than us since I think 2015. DC is way more expensive than here. I think Boston has us beat, but I'm not sure. Philly does not. Philadelphia does not. We are still a lot more expensive than Philadelphia, but we are not anywhere near number one, and haven't been for a while. DC is like 50% more expensive than us, like just straight up. It's so bad. But yeah, California's crazy expensive. And again, it depends on, obviously in the case of California, we're talking about a state as opposed to a city, right? Because if you're talking about, if you want to like be like, oh well, like there's parts of California that aren't expensive. It's like, well, yeah, if you live in New York, you could be living in Poughkeepsie, uh, or like Placid. Like I've been in Lake Placid. Lake Placid's nice. It's also like 1,000 people. Oh yeah, yeah. No, but it's just like the thing is that all of the things that apply to New York, every other city has been doing. There are basically two cities in America, and they're New York and Detroit. If your city isn't becoming New York, it's becoming Detroit. So like, I've been to Indian. I remember going to Indianapolis for a few weeks a couple years ago. Indianapolis is just like Brooklyn. It's just like Brooklyn. It's expensive as hell. All the people I knew there were paying, like, I think actually all but one of them was paying more than me in rent. I think I was as the Brooklynite who was there, I was paying less in rent than all but one person, and they have to own a car. Uh, and it's made of breweries and vegan pizza parlors, and everybody's got tattoos, and coffee cost $8. Like it's the same. It's the same damn city. It's the same city but without a subway, and that's what every city is like now. Like if you're not doing that, you're turning into Detroit. And like I have much more family from the cities that are turning into Detroit. You know, the Milwaukees of the Milwaukees, and trying to think about some other cities I can talk about that without doxing myself. Too bad. St. Louis, there's another one. I know a fair number of people in Indy. Indy's getting expensive. Like you've got cities like Indy, Madison, um, Ann Arbor. Ann Arbor's a very Brooklyn core city. Uh, Chattanooga. Chattanooga makes New York look like Detroit. Chattanooga's crazy. Chattanooga's such a weird city. It's all like I think the worst internet I saw in Chattanooga was better than the best internet I saw in New York. It was ridiculous. It was so ridiculous. But yeah, Schemy, I've been to most of the US. I actually think New York is actually very nice to live in. As an immigrant to this city, I think it's actually a very nice city. Compared to most of American cities, it is it's not actually that expensive. And is pleasant. My total monthly expenses for everything is like $1,200. Yeah. Food, transportation, rent, everything. Utilities, it's like $1,200, yeah. Yeah, it turns out that when you don't need to own a car, the car is the big deal. The car is the big deal. Like, just having parking, in, because like I know Houston's one that I think about a lot because I know some people who live down there. Just the parking in Houston would be more than that. Like, not including your apartment. Yeah, I don't live by myself. I've got roommates. Who I like. My roommate, I like my roommates. And of course I've functionally never lived by myself. So, like, I'll talk to people and they'll be like, "Oh, but you don't have but you live with roommates." It's like, "Well, I'd live with roommates wherever I lived, probably." Like, I've always had roommates. Uh, I had roommates when I was living out in the middle of nowhere. Uh, when I was living in like real rural ass end of nowhere places, I still had roommates. Like, I'm definitely accounting for that. Honestly, so New York is really biased toward. So this is a kind of fun little piece of like weird dumb trivia. New York is really biased towards 3 bedrooms. There's a really weird bias in New York towards having 3 bedrooms, and uh, this bias. So this means I've pretty much only lived in 3 bedroom apartments while I've been here. It's for like weird legal reasons. Uh, yes, I've had that a lot, and I'm currently on 3 bedrooms, 1.5 bathrooms, and it's such an improvement. It is such an improvement. Just having we've got the bathroom, and then we've got a half bath. And it's such an improvement. It feels kind of hard to overstate how much of an improvement that it is. Yeah, I did live in a place that was 3 bedroom, 1 bath, and all of us had 8 a.m. shifts. And all of us were morning showers. Uh, I am absolutely a morning shower person. And yeah, that's the big thing. That's the big thing is like having to coordinate your entire first like hour and a half of the day around when different people are showering and having it on like a schedule. Real pain in the neck. Real pain in the neck right there. Do not recommend. Just having the extra half bath is like honestly better than going down to two people. Honestly, I wouldn't mind having a bathroom set up where like the shower area is just kind of its own thing because when you got somebody who takes really long showers, that's and a lot of things are going on in the bathroom. Uh, that really adds up as a lot of problems. It's far more disruptive than you initially predict. Love these words that have lots of I's and N's and M's. Love it. Love words like this. Little tooth, little tooth for the little calligraphy tooth, little yaiba. Uh, all right. Yeah, like I said, I've had roommates pretty much all my life, and it's usually been pretty good. Uh, maybe I'm just like easy. Maybe I'm just kind of a doormat, and so like just like stuff that should bother me doesn't bother me all that much. Oh, that was supposed to be look out, not look in. Look out. All right, there we go. After having done a full page with this red, I'm really looking forward to going back to the sailor black. Uh, really excited to go back to a much more to a more well behaved ink. All right. But I do want to finish this page. Oh, nope, there we go. Interestingly, my immediate family I actually find harder I actually find my immediate family harder. Than most of the strangers I've lived with. Somehow it wound up that my immediate family has really high variance in our tolerance for mess. And so, like, I've got immediate family members who I know would launch me from a catapult over my level of messiness. And then I also have the one person I've roomed with who was so messy, it made me nauseous and frustrated, was an immediate family member. Was like another person in my immediate family. It's like really strangely high variance in my family on that one. I'm not quite sure how that turned out because in theory, you know, we all grew up together, right? We all grew up together, so we should be generally on the same page, right? We should be on the same page. There should be we should have all like grown up with these as like a shared assumptions, but absolutely did not. I don't know how that winds up happening. I mean, it's that's the thing that like comes up a lot in like social science research, because it's like one of the big social science questions, right? Is uh, is heredity? Yes, nature versus nurture. It's one of the big social science questions. Um, and it's interesting to see how the battle lines get drawn. And of course, like again, I find it interesting because I can look at my immediate family and be like, well, this person who I've known for decades, who had the same childhood as me, who has the same parents as me, and has nothing in common with me on this element. Like you know, either like nothing in common with me in terms of budgeting, in terms of messiness, in terms of temperament. Uh, like that can't be nature, right? Like those things can't be nature. If somebody who I should be almost a clone of is more distant from me than random strangers who I find on Craigslist, then clearly it can't be, right? It clearly has to be something else. Uh, I honestly it would be different than nurture too. Like it feels like it must be something far more chaotic than that. Uh, like it's got to be something even something more insane than that, which is like the answer that social scientists don't want to have, ever. Uh, like that's like the worst answer from a social science perspective is like, oh, there's nothing scientific. Uh, uh, I have found it really interesting to see how different people kind of take after different elements of different parents, because it's not always straightforward. Um, It's not straightforward. And that's kind of interesting, but I mostly find like so much of it's so chaotic. And I kind of like that, to be honest. I kind of like that, to be honest. Oh my goodness! Oh,
Vexing
the
Cat
Lilo.
gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
Thank you, Vex. Thank you, Vex, for the gift sub. The Lilo. The Lilo Clary. I hope she's doing well. I haven't seen her in a minute. I will have to manually add it to the clock. But yes, I will add that to the clock. Subathon is not over, and it will also go on your sheet. And now we're at 140. We're at 140. And let's... Vex cares about even numbers. I don't. I also have different ideas about what qualifies as an even number. I think 1024 is a more even number than 1000, for example. But that's me. But she has complained about my numbers for channel point redeems. And my channel point redeems are based on historical dates. I don't remember all of them off the top of my head. I'd have to double check what they are. I'd have to take a look at them. Let me take a look. Oh, this stupid power-ups thing. I'm sorry, that just annoys me. Obviously present and is 1 point. Teacher, that having questions, nothing. 622, what was 622? Founding of the Tang Dynasty, maybe? 999, 1109, I think in particular. 1069, I think is the new policies. One of the rounds of the new policies. Wang Anshe. 1644 is the fall of the Ming Dynasty. 1648 is the Treaty of Westphalia. 1796 is obvious. I don't even know if I need to spell that one out. So those are those. But yeah, those are all based on dates. There we go. Excellent. Perfect, perfect, perfect. And let's get out here. Yep. No, those are historical dates. Those are history dates. Uh, and I believe my new follower goal. I believe I set my new follower goal, and that's the Battle of Varna, if I remember correctly, is what I set it to 1444. Which I mostly kind of chose because that's what Paradox Games has been using as their date for modernity for the last 15 years, maybe 10, 15 years. Which is an interesting choice, right? They're the only people I know who make that choice. I understand why they make that choice. There's a bit of a gameplay concession in there. Because what they really want is 1453, which used to be their choice. They used to use 1453, but they kind of but for whatever reason they decided, but for gameplay related reasons, they went 1444. Because they're trying to tell a specific type of story, and I do think that's a funny one. But any of the Paradox gamer bros will, like Alex and Cleo and Grim will all recognize it. Excellent. All right. All right. I need to eat. I need to eat. I have been streaming for 5.5 hours. I am hungry. I am hungry. So I am going to. First of all, Holy Diver is a great song. Holy Diver rules. But more importantly, for our immediate purposes, I am going to take a somewhat longer break. So I'll be back in a little bit, but I do need to. I've got the rice already cooked, but I'm going to heat up some leftovers. I'll probably be gone like hopefully less than 20 minutes, but I will be gone a little bit longer this time. So sit back. I will be back. I will be back, and let me put up a little away message. Right, that was about 10 minutes late. That was about 10 minutes late. So it goes. So it goes. Apologies. But I am back. I am back. I had a lovely, lovely dinner. Like I said, the rice was already made, but I took the time to make some other things. Yeah, thank you. To make some bok choy, mostly. To make some bok choy. And yes. Let's see what else I can do. Oh. Let's see what else I can do. You're not the one I want. I want to get away from the red. I want to get back on black. What else was I thinking about doing? Not Holy Diver. Already did Holy Diver, did Digital Love. Did Digital Love. What's another song that I would like to do in this style? I am fading, so I don't want to be up. Another hour should probably do me good. Here's one that I will do the proper way. And do it in Batard. Hello, Blue. Cody, I don't know that song at all. I've never heard of that song. Shows what an ignoramus I am. I'm sorry, I already grabbed the lyrics that I want to do. It's going to be Don't Forget by Toby Fox. There's so many songs out there. That helps. That does help. Because some of these songs I haven't done anywhere near all of the lyrics to, right? Because they're kind of long, right? Because they're kind of long. I am really hopeful about the next couple Delta runes. They're supposed to come out this coming year, 2025. Beautiful song, though. I really enjoyed Deltarune so far. If you haven't played it, I highly, highly recommend. Though I could have, if I wanted to do a really short one, I could have done Harder, Better, Faster, Stronger. Another song I love. Like I said, I love that album a lot. All right. Hmm. And the places. that you... No. I did one of these earlier. These S's, I did one of these S's earlier, and I hashed it real bad. I made a real hash of it. So it goes. Alright. Seem like... There's a light inside your soul. Gotta be more careful about hitting the low mark. I'm kind of drifting upwards there. And a drifting upwards. And come down, and... I wonder if there should be another form of T that I should learn for this script. I don't think so, though. I think this... I don't know, though. It's kind of nice to have a couple of capital options open to you. This one's really strong. Spelling mistake. Spelling mistake. Boo. Boo. Ooh, okay. Let's get back on track. Let's get back on track. I'm gonna do some pangrams to get myself back on track. Okay, try to make sure I hit the bottom line. Tap the bottom line, but go well above the midline. Alright, how do I do this one? There we go. That's not bad. X's are by far and away the big trouble letter for me. Like they're by far and away my big trouble letter. I struggle with them so much. Oh.
Zerzon just subscribe at with Prime.
Zerzon, thank you for the Prime. Thank you for the Prime. Very kind of you. I think that's a sign that I need to turn the alerts down on my end because they're actually kind of loud. Oh wait, no, that's in the general mixer. Well, whatever, that's probably fine. I always get surprised by them, even though it's a pretty gentle sound. But it means a lot to me. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good right there. That's a pretty good one. Yeah, bad M. I also didn't hit the low mark, but that's okay. That's okay. Learn. Adapt. Overcome. That was about calligraphy, right? Yeah, I think what I need to do is I think it is time for me to start taking the study of paleography more seriously. I've been focusing on this as an artistic pursuit, but I definitely have an eye towards the historical element of it. But people overestimate my knowledge of the history behind all of this. And I should rise to meet those expectations. Rise to meet those expectations rather than just allowing myself to feel overwhelmed and behind. That's just foolishness, right? Basically just giving up. Ah. And I shouldn't do that. Why would I do that? When I can research, right? Given the option between giving up and research, why would I not research? Why'd I do that? Set off the minimum too low there. Foolishness. There we go. And the classic. The classic. I'm not sold on this. It's like a Fractar element that I've been incorporating. I'm not sold on it. I kind of think just doing the Just doing the full curve out rather than the kind of halting curve. Is generally better. Whoop. Careful, careful, careful. I'm making a lot more mistakes. My mistake rate has been climbing. Oh, gotta remember to do that. Give a nice little tittle. Give a nice little tittle. And because this is a modern font, right? This is not a medieval font. Yeah, this is better. This is a better age. I keep on going back and forth. I keep on going back and forth on this, but I really should stick with this one. Really should stick with this one. Oh, my tracking's broken. Oh, there we go. Ah, didn't even realize. We were on creepy default face out Almantas for a minute there. Yes, I am. I've been alive. I've been here. But I did definitely screw up there. That was definitely foolish of me. And how you doing, Zerzum? There we go. And then, like this. These views have been kind to me of late. Head's a little bit more dubious. Eyes, I'm not as sure about. H's have been giving me trouble, weirdly. See, you know, so with John Ken and Nando. Okay. I mean, I'm glad to see you. I'm glad to get one of the Pomikins on. And does Nando have a fan name? Does Nando have a fan name for his folks? I am occasionally on YouTube. I'm much more often on Twitch. I just kind of understand Twitch culture better. I'm more comfortable with Twitch culture and more just generally familiar with it. I don't quite understand what the YouTubers are on. But yes, I'm glad to catch Azu's on. I'm glad to catch Azu. I was like, that name is familiar. That name is familiar. So why is your name highlighted as if you have never spoken? But I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that I am helping you relax. Yes. Gotta pay more attention this time. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just thinking about how much I love Deltarune right now. I think Deltarune 2 I might actually like more than Undertale. And I'm optimistic that it's only going to get better. Okay. When the light is running low and the shadows start to grow. Agitated a little bit. Oh, hello, Satine. Hello, Satine. Wow, that is crunchy. What is the deal with that? Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Satine. Welcome back. Hello, Rand C Gaming TY. Thank you. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. What were you doing? What were you doing? What was Satine doing? Yeah, but I could call you the whole thing. I understand that Rand is fine, but I could do. Monster Hunter Rise. How is Rise? I have only seen the... Oh, I've only seen the footage where it's super slow. So, Raw Deity, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. I've only seen the footage where it's super duper crunchy, and I think that's beautiful. I've also seen that they do good curly hair. Rand, thank you for the follow. Rand C Gaming TY. Turned into cohort streaming hours when we pet fed the bird for at least 30-40 minutes. That's cute. That's cute. That's good. That is a good use of your time, if you ask me. I'm certainly doing worse things with my time. Otherwise, that sounds great. I've played World and like 20 minutes of, I think, Rise. Yeah, Rise is the one after. Wilds is the one that's coming out. I settled on being a heavy bow gunner. That was the one that I found the most fun. No, Insect Glaive, I'm sorry. I am sorry. Insect Glaive is a very funny weapon to me because it's like about 50% of the people I know who just fire up Monster Hunter with no preamble and just choose the weapon that seems like the coolest and the most, like, to them, beginner friendly. Like 50+% of them choose Insect Glaive, including me. Including me. I chose Insect Glaive first. And Insect Glaive has... I feel like Insect Glaive has a really, really high skill floor. I feel like the minimum barrier to using Insect Glaive at any level is very high. I don't know if it's more so than Hunting Horn, but definitely more so than either of the lances or pretty much any of the swords. I mean, it's cool. It's cool. It's also a really difficult moveset to like use intuitively. If you can use it, that's very cool. I'm not saying that it's not a cool set of skills to use. I'm just saying, when you're just like button mashing and don't really know what's going on, all of a sudden you end up flying through the air randomly and you're really confused and frustrated. That's the experience like half of the people I know who've fired up Monster Hunter have had. It's pretty fun. It's pretty neat. And again, I like kind of like relatively slow-paced positional fighting, so I really like the heavy bowgun. My brain is really tickled by lining up Pierce ammo shots that hit like 50 times. Oh, it's like I like to do the thing where like you line it up and hit like 50 billion times with the Pierce ammo. That's like the most satisfying thing to me. Like I've played tanks in a lot of games, but honestly it does depend a lot on the game I'm playing. In 14 I tank. In 14 I'm a war main. In WoW I was a blood DK. But I hate tanking in Overwatch and in Heroes of the Storm. I don't want to talk about League or Dota because I've never played them. Okay, no. I have played Dota, but when it wasn't a standalone game. I did play Dota before it was a standalone game, and ever since I haven't played it since they made it standalone. But so it depends a lot on the game. I like tanking in some games and not in others. But I like positional fighting. I like positional fighting, and I like relatively slow-paced fighting. Like in Witcher, Signs. In Witcher, science every single time. No question. No question. Science every single time. Absolutely a science guy. Absolutely a science guy. I felt like swords skill. I felt like swords in Witcher are kind of mind numbing, and I felt like playing Alchemist is alchemy play was kind of just really uninteractive. So I didn't in Monster Hunter. I do not like dual blades. I really dislike dual blades. Probably my least favorite. The real hint that tells you more about how I play a lot of other games was the blood DK. I tend to really emphasize sustain. I like sustain quite a bit. Anyway, thank you for stopping by. You are absolutely welcome to raid and run. I know that usually when we raid out as streamers, we're raiding out because we're tired and hungry and need to use the bathroom. So do not feel any obligation to stick around. I appreciate that you stuck around long enough to say what you were playing and talk about it a little bit. That was kind of you. That was a kindness. I appreciate it. But yes, I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. I am currently doing some calligraphy because of course, yes. Thank you. That's, like I said, very kind of you. Very kind of you. I am doing some calligraphy. This is Batard that I'm working with, which is it was my favorite font to work with. It's my favorite script. That's a early modern French development off of Gothic. And I am doing the lyrics to the song "Don't Forget" by Toby Fox. Have a good night, Satine. Have a good night. It was wonderful having you here. Thank you. I should have said that. I should have said that. I am doing a subathon. I have paused it for today because I'm running a little bit long and I didn't want to feel stressed out by the clock. I tend to think because like you think about it, right? And I knew that this was going to be a kind of long stream, like a kind of long, slow stream. I just didn't want to. Like I just want to make a nice little distracting place for people to not think about the event for a few hours. What is going on here? Don't want to shake this up too much because don't want to agitate it too much because then it'll start spilling droplets everywhere. I do think that I will get some dips though. All right. Okay, I did a really good S last time, so let's see if I can remember that. Why is it acting like... Did I really run out of ink? I just started this one today. Oh my goodness. This stuff is coming out so fast. This one is coming out so fast. I don't know what to do about that. That is coming out so fast. I'm using like 1 milliliter a day. This thing is not going to last at all. Good gravy. Like I got this like last week. And I've already used like 5 milliliters. That's crazy. Usually these things last forever. I'm going to refill it though. All right. So it goes. This is pretty good, but I think next time I do have to go back to Perle Noir, because that stuff lasted much longer. Get up to, yeah, 0.7 should do. Kind of curious what this looks like on the camera. There we go. Oh. And I thought the feed was clogging up, which would have been less alarming, to be honest. Would have been unpleasant because I would have had to clean it again, but I cleaned it relatively recently. But wow, this one's flowing fast. I guess that does make sense, right? That would explain why it feels so lubricated and feels so wet and dark. Ah, boo. This is singular. And I use the plural. Sorry, I use the plural. I use the singular. What's supposed to be plural? Oh, so it goes. Okay. Yes. He said, Toby Fox recently talked to, yeah, this is the end credits. Toby Fox said that he's going to get out the next 2 chapters in 2025. So I don't know how late that's going to be. He did say it's largely complete and it's mostly down to localization. So it could be earlier rather than later. But yeah, no, super hype. Super hype. It's honestly kind of funny to me that, like, I often talk about how I'm reserved about upcoming releases. And that's sort of true. That's sort of true. What I don't tend to I tend to be pretty reserved about, like, trailers almost do nothing for me. Very few game series I'm particularly loyal to. It seems that I am not so much loyal to IPs, but I am definitely loyal to specific directors. So if Christine Love is working on something, I'm in. I'm hype already. I am instantly hype. Christine Love or Toby Fox, instantly going to get me excited about something. Instantly going to get me excited about something. 100% hit rate from those guys. And if Bennett Foddy is involved, I tend to be interested. And same with Josh Sawyer. If Bennett Foddy or Josh Sawyer are involved in a project, I tend to be pretty interested. Meredith Grand's another one. If Meredith Grand is working on something, I'm probably going to pre-order it, to be honest. I'm probably going to be pre-ordering it. And none of those people have ever let me down. None of those people have ever let me down. So there are definitely things I get hyped for, and Deltarune is high on the list. Alright, let's keep going. Yeah. There we go. But yeah, again, anybody here who hasn't played Deltarune's free. Deltarune is free. At least parts 1 and 2 are. And easy recommend, right? Easy recommend. I don't know. There might be some particular combination of characteristics that would cause somebody to hate Deltarune, but I don't know what those would be. I certainly don't know too many people who have them. Noel is an S tier character. And Ralse is absolutely amazing. I love Rouse. I'm really curious to see what's going on with Rouse and Chris. I am excited for all the lesbians I know to make fan art of Susie. There we go. That's the one that was making me super nervous. Yeah, Blue, I don't know if you've played Deltarune, but yeah, no. Susie is a lesbian icon. Susie Deltarune is a lesbian icon. Ooh, yeah, no. Deltarune, again, it's free. It is free. It is, you just... I don't think they're charging for Deltarune 2. They're certainly not charging for Deltarune 1. But absolutely worth the price of admission, which is a couple of hours of gameplay. I'm just sold on these H's. I don't know what's going on with me. I'm feeling indecisive about my H's today. Try a different H. I'm not just sold on it. What is going on here? Yeah, I do also think that in general, I think it's something I've learned from Gothic, and I'm taking back to the non-Gothic scripts that kind of crowding the letters is more important. That I'm hurting myself considerably by using too much white space. Like that's good right there. That's good. Just barely, just barely. Uh, barely any white space between the two letters. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. This is an unusual hour to see you. Uh, this is an unusual hour to see you. How are you doing? I hope you're well. Because this hour makes me think that, like, you... It's when you go to work. Oh, okay, okay, wow. You go to work early. Yes. Yes. This has been a long one. You've actually gotten pretty close to the tail end of it. Uh, I'm glad you could. I'm glad you could, Emperor's Armpits. I always enjoy your company. We had some people here not believing me that running long distance running is fun. Could have used your support. All right. All right. When the light is running low, and the shadows start to grow, and the places that you know seem like fantasy, there's a light inside your soul, still shining in the cold, with the truth, the promise in our hearts. Don't forget, I'm with you in the dark. I could drag things out a little bit here at this point. I could try to drag things out, but truthfully, I feel like that's about the best note I could possibly end on. I feel like that's about the best note I could possibly end on. And so I am going to raid somebody who I almost never get to raid, because she almost... Wow, Flamo, you predicted what I was going to say. You predicted what I was going to say. In the weirdest way possible. Wait, hold on. No, I looked at the wrong place. I apologize. But yes, we are going to raid out to somebody who somebody DM'd me and I got confused for a second there. Yes, we're going to raid out to a friend of mine. We're going to raid out to a friend of mine who streams much later than me, so I almost never see her. Tomorrow I'm going to be taking off. That was always on the plan for me to not be streaming on this Wednesday. Only thing that's really on the schedule is my Saturday stream with Lady Saffron VT, who is a wonderfully smart VTuber. She is much smarter than me, in many ways, and in less so in one important way. But we are going to be raiding out to Sybil Cole, who I adore. Sybil's very nice. I've been on her channel a bunch. I haven't gotten the chance. Oh my goodness, Marky Joy, you joined in at a... Hold on, I'm going to cancel the raid for a second now. Oh my goodness, I was really just ending. I really was just ending. It's okay, Marky Joy. It's okay, Marky Joy. Hold on. It's okay. Let me give you the shout out. I can at least be polite about this. Slay the Princess. Okay, Slay the Princess is on my docket. Slay the Princess is on my docket. Don't spoil it for me. I hope that you had a really good time, but it is very much on my docket. My next game is going to be Echoes of the Eye, but then I think it's Slay the Princess. Oh, this is so late for me, Marky Joy. This is so late for me. I usually am over by like 8 p.m. I'm usually over by 4 hours ago. But I started late at... I'm expecting to, Marky Joy. I'm expecting to. But, yes. I am expecting to. Oh, thank you, Omni Raids. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I don't know what else it would be. What else would it be? What else would it be? Let me go through it. Actually, hold on. I hope you enjoyed Slay the Princess. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. Slayer Shinokami, thank you for the follow. Old man who loves old things. The professor's not a bit. Today, I just want to have a... I just want to do a bunch of nonsense, to be honest. Okay, yep, you don't need to see that one. So, you know, warm-ups... Actually, hold on. Yes, I do a lot of calligraphy streams. Calligraphy is my main art form that I do, other than public speaking. I am not actually otherwise an artist, but yeah, this is my handwriting. This is how I write. So I did Sir Mix-a-Lot. I did Sir Mix-a-Lot. Oh, let me also get into hellos. Hello Omni Raids. Hello Marky Joy. Hello Slayer Shinokami. Hello Cheese Slushy. There's a name right there. Hello Real Requiem 456. Also hello again Ratmos. It's been a minute. I know you're here. I like Pack My Box with 5 dozen liquor jugs. That's maybe my favorite one. I kind of alternate between preferring that versus amazingly few discotheques provide jukeboxes. But yeah, I did Sir Mix-a-Lot in Gothic. I did a bunch of random Undertale quotes. I figured you were. Digital Love by Daft Punk, which I'm probably going to do a video of. I'll probably make a video. This is a practice run, but I'll probably do an actual video. I haven't done many, but I did do a time-lapse video of me writing out Come Out Gia Black and Tans by the Wolf Tones. I did for St. Patrick's Day, so it's been a while. It's been a while since I did a time-lapse video of a song. But it's cool. This is just what 6mm nibs look like, as opposed to... These are 2.4. Cheesy Slushy, thank you for the gift sub. I am in a subathon. I paused the timer for today because today was a really anxiety-inducing... Today is still a really anxiety-inducing day for a lot of people, and I didn't want to add that. I felt like having a big countdown clock would make it worse. So I paused the timer for today, but that is going to contribute to the subathon. So thank you. Thank you. I will add 15 minutes to the clock after stream, or before Thursday. But yeah, this is Digital Love by Daft Punk, which is beautiful song. Beautiful song. Holy Diver by Ronnie James Dio. Holy Diver, you've been down too long in the midnight sea. Classic metal song, one of the great classic metal songs. Did a couple more practice, and then I ended on... I ended with Deltarune. Actually, I'm now wondering if I want to do another practice run of this, because this is a practice run and I made a mistake here. This is the end credit song to Deltarune. When the light is running low, and the shadows start to grow, and the places that you know seem like fantasy, there's a light inside your soul that's still shining in the cold, with the truth, the promise in our hearts. Don't forget, I'm with you in the dark. Oh, I love Deltarune. I love Deltarune. I've been thinking a lot about it because Toby Fox announced that they're going to that Deltarunes 3 and 4 are coming out in 2025. It's such good writing. It's such good writing. And I'm in the mood for good writing. I literally just played Outer Wilds last night. I'm feeling the itch for good writing. Especially because I read a lot of bad writing. I read enough bad writing in my life that when there's really good writing, I'm a real sucker for it. I'm a real sucker for it. Yeah, I am a nonfiction editor. I've got another job as a nonfiction editor, and there are a lot of bad writers. I don't teach right now. I haven't been teaching for a while. I haven't taught for years. I haven't taught for years, which is good. Being a professor is worse. Being a professor is worse. I mean, it's hard in the sense it doesn't pay any freaking money. I'd probably make more money VTubing. Oh, Cheese Slushy, thank you for the follow. Omni Raids, thank you for the follow. Yeah, for having taught. I mean, sometimes your students are surprisingly good writers. But you do develop a tolerance for really bad writers. Oh, okay. I was like, why did I get another follow alert? No, it was queue problems. Yeah, let's do this one again. So the script that I'm working with, this is my home. I call this my home script. This is Bethard. It is a 16th, 17th century era. Stretching my neck out a little bit here. 16th or 17th century era French elaboration of Gothic. So, yes. It looks a bit like Gothic, but you can see that it swoops a lot. Which creates a much more emotionally intimate feeling than Gothic. You know, Gothic proper is very formal feeling. It's very cold. It's very rigid. And so it interferes with the ability to do things that feel more emotive and more sensitive, which like Copperplate excels at. Copperplate and italic scripts excel at. This is a bit of a medium point. It's still pretty formal. It's still pretty ornate, but it's not quite as cold or intimidating as Gothic. I mean, because that's what we still use Gothic for, right? That's why people get like, "Have a good night, Omni. Have a good night." I mean, yeah. You can probably tell from looking around my interface that I'm a serifs guy. I find sans serif fonts a little bit sterile. People want to impose Gothic. Oh yeah, you live in one of those countries where people are being weird about it. Where people are being weird about Gothic. In America, at this point, I kind of associate Gothic with like thug life tattoos. Hey Sense! Hey Sense, hold on, I have to take a brief note here. I apologize to all the people who I was giving a bit of yeah, oh, so, wow, I've already got the auto shot out for it. I like Bookman a lot. Yeah, Sens is my model artist. This is sensational. He's my model artist. So if you like this, thanks, Sensational. Yeah, I definitely think of Gothic with the thug life tattoos. That's like my association with it. That's absolutely my association with it. Sorry, I'm just concentrating to try to make sure I hit my marks here, get myself back into the brain space. Oh yeah, I mean a lot of people did it. A lot of people have those Gothic text fonts. I mean, I don't think it's that. I think it's just it's a use case. It's not one of the ones. There are use cases for calligraphic fonts that do make me sad. That's not one of them. That's not one of them. Guys being gangsters is not something I'm too upset about. There we go. Use the Luke font for my. I think that most of my. So I'm using a mix of CMU serif and what am I using for other ones? Constantia maybe. But yeah, a lot of my stuff is CMU serif. Like the word chat there is in CMU serif, and so is like the word subathon. But your names up on the top right, I think, are in Constantia. Maybe I'm not sure. Maybe Garamond Bold. Pretty sure they're not in Georgia because I love Georgia and I don't think I could find it, and I looked for it. I don't think my computer wants to let me use Georgia in OBS. I think that's what happened there. Oops. Lost track of my lyric sheet. Use the Luke font. Yeah. I remember in college, I managed to impress a lot of people just by the simple expedient of using Palatino. It was pretty funny, like how much that weighed on people. That like I put in the thought to use Palatino as opposed to Times. All right, and there we go. Try to keep myself even with the camera. Let's try to keep myself even with the camera. I really need to get another pad that isn't hole punched. In general, I'm probably going to be happy when I finish off this pad. The paper's too thin. The paper's too thin and the holes mess me up. I'm not using them for anything because I'm just using it as a practice pad, right? But this was the only one that was available when I was out shopping, so those of like a proper weight, like a remotely proper weight. Like everything else was like way too lightweight. You need a pretty heavyweight paper for calligraphy because it's just you're just putting a lot of ink. I love the use of papyrus for the Avatar film. And you're right, that is such a Sigma move. That's a perfect way to describe that. When I have to describe to my students what a Sigma male is, that's what I'll use. And the shadows. It's honestly one of those things that I think about fairly frequently, that my opinions about both Papyrus and Comic Sans have been like permanently changed by Toby Fox. Like one man just completely changed my feelings about those fonts. Just through the expedient of extremely strong character writing. Yeah, exactly, yeah. You get it. And like that's one of those ways that like what a way to say that Toby Fox is an incredible writer. They got like a typography nerd like me. Like I'm very much on the record as hating Arial in particular. I am very annoyed that the default font in both Google Drive and in OBS is Arial, when it's like maybe my least favorite font of them all. Like, why are you doing this to me? This is torture. And I've sometimes been able to get Google Sheets to accept it. Oh yeah, the Helvetica burnout for sure. The good gravy. It's weird that it's like becoming more prominent now, because I would have thought that we were getting to the point where it feels like old-fashioned and like passe. That's where I thought we were at. I thought we were at the point where being doing like corporate logo hood would be like trending away from the Helvetica stuff. Hello, Mura. Welcome in. And yes, I'm very late. I am very late because it is a very anxiety-inducing day here in the United States, so I am avoiding reality by focusing on the other reality. Yeah. Yeah, so it has pretty much been entirely calligraphy. I took 20 minutes for dinner. But yeah, so I'm just doing stuff that I find nice. Okay, need to not make a mistake here, because I made a spelling mistake here last time. And I want to have a nice, clean version for my post. Oh, thank you for the small. Thank you for the small. Yeah, I got smooshed. Thank you. Okay, Murray, you accidentally gave me an idea for something I want to do on stream in the future. I think that if I do Deep Rock or if I do Deep Rock or Dwarf Fortress on stream, I will have this be the default height, and then small Montas makes me even shorter, and then tall Montas makes me like 1% taller than this. Oh, so many people are saving their points for hydrate. I am really scared about it. I've actually already been putting guardrails on the hydrate redeem. I've already put guardrails on it. I think I mostly the important one was make sure it only one redeem per stream. I don't know. I mean, I haven't played Dwarf Fortress in a long time. I mostly played Dwarf Fortress back in like 2009-ish, I think. Ratmost, it's I think my actual plan is that I will drink I will drink a tall glass of scotch. Is the actual plan. The joke is mostly that I hydrate like way more than I need to. Like I am. Oh, thank you, Mura. Thank you, Mura. Let me check on that. Oh, okay. Figured it out. That was actually not very hard. That's actually not very hard at all. Okay. Should be back. Our caption's back. Thank you for the alert, Mura. I am not always the best about checking that. That's one of those things that if I can see my own captions auto-generating, it actually drives me insane. It drives me insane. Like, I appreciate that they're there, but actually seeing them myself, seeing the sausage get made is really... I mean, thank you, Mur. I think it's valuable. It's also just one of those things that's... this one's been so automated for me that I forget to check when it's failing. Yeah, Toad's got all the versions archived. I think like 0.32 is the one that I'm the most familiar with. Oh, Ratmos, I can't handle that. There's a couple of things that like really drive me nuts. When I get feedback too fast for things, there's a couple of things. The other one is like I can't look at my model for most of the stream. Like it ends up taking over my brain completely. Let's keep on going. and the places that you know. Oh, Sen, have a good night. Have a good night. It was always a pleasure to have you. I don't. It's always so good to see you, Sens. Mura, I am on one monitor, but I've got to see OBS for the. I need to keep the Twitch activity feed up. Is the big one. I pretty much constantly have the Twitch activity feed available and the sound mixer because my volume has been all over the place, as you know, Mura. As you are well aware, my volume has been chaos. Yeah. All right, Marky Joyce, sleep well, sleep well. It was wonderful to meet you. It was wonderful to see you. Sleep well, sleep well, sleep well. Okay, now for the coolest letter. Hell yeah, love that capital S. I use it for like 4 scripts. Those are a little bit too wide. All right, and yeah. Ugh. But yeah, for people who aren't regulars, I started a little bit later today, and I've also been going a little bit longer than I usually do. Which, to be honest, I've been contemplating moving my start time further back a little bit. I don't know. I've just been kind of feeling like my start times are a little bit early. I feel like I've landed at like a bad compromise time. That's fine. Hello, Humter. Hello, Humter. I mean, sleep well. Thank you. I hope you had a fine day at work. I hope you had a fine day at work. And thank you for stopping by again at the end. I have been. I have been. It's one of those days. It's one of those days. Right? It's just one of those days. Yeah. I've already had dinner. I have not been going straight. I'm too old for that. Like I'm not. I know that I need to take breaks. I need to get lunch. Uh, though I am getting pretty close to the end. There we go. I feel like I'm doing something weird with my L's all of a sudden. I feel like they've gotten weird suddenly. Pineapple on a pepperoni pizza? I'm not one of those pepperoni pizza guys. Or I should say, not one of those pineapple pizza guys. I'm also not a pepperoni pizza guy. I am a broccoli pizza guy. Broccoli and spinach are toppings of choice to me. But I haven't had a pizza in a while. I did learn recently that outside of the East Coast, people apparently consider broccoli to be a kind of weird pizza topping. And it just, like, really surprised me. It's, like, one of the staples. Like, that's, like, it's, like, one of the more common ones. I'd say it's, like, third. I'd say it's, like, the third most common, after cheese and, pepperoni. Of course, I've been vegan for 15 years almost. Not 13 years, I think, is the actual number. Somewhere in there. 13, 14, 15 years, somewhere in there. So, like, my pizza diets are pretty limited. I pretty much, the last, like, 5 years, the only pizza I've had is Screamers. Which, admittedly, Screamers is really good. I don't think there's, like, any standard by which Screamers is not, like, excellent pizza. It's a little bit pricey, though. So, and I haven't... That is interesting. It's super common out here. Like, because, like, this is one of those things that is, like, I know is unusual to the East Coast, is that on the East Coast, when I go out for pizza, which is, again, going to mostly be Screamers, if I'm in the right area, it might be Blackbird, something like that, they'll have pizza out, right? They'll have a bunch of pizza out, and then you just, like, ask for a slice, and they just pull out a slice and put it on a plate and give it to you. Like immediately. It's something that's, like, you don't really order a pie that often. And so, like, that I don't think is... Like, that's something I already know is kind of unusual around here. But, like, usually the three that I see the most frequently are cheese, pepperoni, and broccoli. Those are the three most common ones. Spinach is, like, kind of on par with broccoli. But, like, sausage, mushroom, onion, pepper, those are much less common around here. Yeah. I mean, Blue also lives here, so maybe she has an opinion, but that's kind of like my memory. Again, I don't eat out, like, ever. So that's, like, my memory. But, like, when was the last time I even ate out? I'm pretty sure the last time I ate out was 2022. I feel like it's staple around where I am. Hawaiian is not staple around me. Neither is tomato. Olive I see fairly frequently, but I wouldn't describe that as like a super common one. I thought it was like last couple places I went to was like the third or fourth most common. Gotta concentrate on spelling here. All right. They're putting whole fried eggs. They're putting whole fried eggs on pizza. Different countries obviously have different standards. Japanese pizza remains some of the worst food I've had in my entire life. Since mayonnaise is a common, even standard topping. And while Japanese mayonnaise is much better than American mayonnaise, I still hate mayonnaise. I still despise mayonnaise. Hello, Wannaturd. Hello, Wannaturd. Yeah, and thank you for backing up Emperor's Armpits. There are people who get really mad at me for saying that there's any piece of Japanese cooking that I think is just flat out worse than American. Awful pizza. Awful. Awful. There's a lot of really good Japanese food. Japan does a lot of amazing things culinarily. I would put Japanese cuisine in general at a solid A tier. No, maybe not. I'd say low A. Low A. I can believe that as well. Taiwan also has some. I don't know a lot about Taiwanese cuisine. How similar is it to Fujian cuisine? Because I do like Fujian. I do like Fujian a lot. Taste is very much subjective. That's true. And I mean, there's also it's very culturally local. It's very culturally local. And of course, like one of those things that I've kind of been amazed by over the years is that I come from one of those households where my mom and dad have very different ideas about flavor. My mom mostly does like Mediterranean. And my dad's okay with Mediterranean. My dad is absolutely one of those people who's like destroys this burger with hot sauce. Like I grew up in a habaneros household. That was what we considered normal. That's what when we talked about peppers, we meant habaneros. Whereas like my mom can't handle spice very well at all. And her favorite beer is Coors Light. Like just dreadful, just dreadful. It's not like uniformly bad taste either, because she makes pretty good falafel. She actually makes pretty good tomato sauce dishes, but she doesn't like them. It's interesting. And again, meanwhile, my dad is like 200,000 plus Scovilles. Hello, Vexing Cat. Hello, Vexing Cat. Welcome in again for the third time, I think, that you've come back. 200K to what end? Yeah, yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, I don't think my heat tolerance is there these days. Um, because it's just kind of hard to cook at that level of heat. Like, I've absolutely made dishes that have so much crushed red pepper that they're actually just crunchy. And like, that's like, what am I doing, right? Like, what am I doing at that point? That's not usually caused by spicy food. Interestingly, like that, there's a point where that happens, right? But it doesn't. I'm not familiar with that often. Like, you can also have things that are so spicy it overwhelms the flavor, but that's very subjective because unlike other flavor things, you do tend to develop resistance to capsaicin, to spicy heat. Whereas, like, that's not really true with cumin, right? Like, you don't just like get like a cumin resistance that's like specific to cumin. Hello, Kairu. Hello, Kairu. How was work? How was work? Yeah. Oh, you did not go to work today. Okay, okay. I just figured this was about your work time off. I was trying to figure out because I'm like, I so rarely stream at this time. Uh, so rarely stream at this time. I mean, you can like definitely overwhelm anything with like having a bad flavor balance, right? Like, I've made bread that's so salty it didn't taste like bread. Okay, fair enough, Kyra. Um, but like, if you're using a pepper that doesn't provide that much heat and trying to get a lot more heat out of it, it tends to not be that great. Which is what I've been doing, right? Because I don't really have access to like Reapers, for example. So like the extent to which I can like really get things super hot is like kind of difficult. Yeah, yeah, and it's like if you try to get like really high spice out of jalapeno, it's just gonna taste like oil. Like, it's just gonna taste like weird. It's gonna taste like weird oil. Uh, like, you need to be using like the appropriate type of peppers. Uh, and for my money, my favorite these days is Arbles, which I'm out of, and I hope this store has, but they might not. I love Arbles. Uh, and my hot take on peppers, I think ghost peppers taste gross. Which I know is like one of the least hot takes out there. I don't think anybody actually likes ghost peppers. I don't mean in the sense like I think people are faking it. I think even people who are huge spice fiends don't actually like ghosts. Uh, though maybe like ghost peppers are actually used in Naga cuisine, so I guess like I do have some connections in Nagalim. Uh, so I guess I could ask. I haven't talked to them in like 10 years, but I do know some people. Uh, uh, Okay, this is a much better way to do this. All right, excellent. I probably should have done everything over like a couple, like a centimeter or two, just to make it easier to take a photo of at the end. I don't think I want to do another round though. Things turned out pretty good, as long as I don't make a spelling mistake in the last line. Oh. Made a huge mistake right there. With you in the... There we go. Okay, this will work. This will work. I can recover. I can recover. I had to do... I said that... And the worst part is that Blue, I already made the mistake. I already made the mistake. That's the worst part, is the jinxing didn't even matter, because I made the mistake as soon as I put the pen down here. Brutal. No, hold on. There we go. Gotta go down by one line each time. This is not a good effect. This is not working the way I want it to. So it goes. The important part is to understand that you make mistakes and to treat your mistakes as learning opportunities. Hello JJ, hello JJ, welcome back, welcome back. I've gone on too long, that's what has happened. Okay, I have 2 raid targets in mind, so I'm just gonna check on them while I do some closing thoughts. When the light is running low and the shadows start to grow, and the places that you know, like fantasy, the light inside your soul that's still shining in the cold, the truth, the promise in our hearts. Don't forget, I'm with you in the dark. All right. So, you know what? Not a lot of ambiguity here. Thank you all for being with me all day. Thank you all for being with me all day. This was a long one. like I said, I did not count this time towards the subathon clock. I did not use the subathon clock. If you did sub during today's stream, I will count it. I'll have to just manually edit it in. I am not streaming tomorrow. That was a plan even before I thought about anything else. I gotta space out things so I don't destroy my throat. So we are not streaming tomorrow, but we are streaming Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Some combination of those. Saturday, I am having Lady Saffron come here. Lady Saffron's wonderful. I adore her. She's incredibly intelligent. I'm probably going to make her really mad. It'll be great. It'll be great. Yeah, Saff rules. Saff rules. She's smarter than me in most ways, and less smart than me in one very critical way, which is that she still wants to be an academic. Anyway, let's just take a look quickly at... Oh, no, let's just call it there. Thank you all for being here. We are going to raid Ronin. We are going to raid Ronin. If you don't know Ronin, I owe a great debt of gratitude to Ronin. Ronin has provided me with an incredible amount of support during some times where, you know, I don't know. She's been incredible. She's been incredible. Thank you all for being here. This has been super long. I love you all. Have a good night. We will probably watch Interstellar 5555. Probably not tonight, but probably tomorrow or somewhere time later in the week, because I like... Yeah, she's playing an art game. She's playing Gree. She's playing Gree. I will see you all later. I love you very much. Thank you all for being here. And don't forget, I'm with you in the dark.